sure that is all set because for some reason that gets to get set. It unsets itself every single damn time for some reason, but that's fine. All right. We have that set. We have that set. Audio sounds good for everybody. All right. We feeling good, people?
I think I'm actually going to bust out the Player Slayers and hope they bring me some luck.
Yeah. All right. Look here, Twitch. I'm going to need you to get your stuff together. It says episode 41, not 38. All right. Mm-hmm. All right. You all ready? Are we good? Yes, no, yay, nay, maybe?
Kaito just said I'll be on late, getting kids to bed, and then setting up PC.
Alex is just in the bathroom.
All right. Got to get your poo-poo time on. I got you. All right. Do you all need any recaps of anything?
Nah, I think I'm good.
I'm pretty good. I know what's going on.
Y'all don't say that with the hopeful happiness and cheer that I would hope.
I mean, Ruin and I are kind of standing on a razor's edge. We could fall and be safe, or we could fall and land on something else.
True.
I mean, y'all ain't even involved right now.
Exactly, but that's under the assumption that that motherfucker is still with you and not roaming these streets. And then what's gonna happen? He's gonna roll up on Ruin, holding Naomi, and me. And I can be kind of intimidating, but 4'5" squaring up against a 7 foot what? Ace?
The thing is, he has no reason to go for y'all, like at all.
That's what you think.
Nah, I'm pretty sure.
Look, Kentucky Fried Chicken and somebody who smells Fate Touch. It's a meal to go.
I don't like that. Why the fuck did this suddenly turn into a Happy Meal and I'm the toy? The fuck?
Look, and you got legendary weapons too? Look, vestiges? Look, who doesn't like some nice god armor, okay? He'd be able to fly? Hey, that's kind of nice. It'd be great. It'd be great. All right. Looking at all of the things. Well, let's hop into where we last left off, and I can read off the things. Oh, wait, did ISU win? LSU won. Yo, that's tough. That's tough. Nope, that's the wrong thing. That's for the Starstone Cathedral. We don't need that. Here we go. All right. Those are the last things. So as we last left off, we were in the Pirate Palazzo, which is the center of Pirate Cove, which is a artificial floating island comprised of docks and ships all throughout, except for this massive 5-story marble building that sits in the center. That is the only actual place that seems to have any land mass here, as there's actual cobblestone outside of the palazzo and about a 20-foot radius. But in this massive entryway, which is roughly about 70, 80 feet across, there is a massive battle that has begun and is occurring. Currently, there's Sprada Sindal along with... Actually, where is my initiative? There's my initiative. There's Sprada Sindal, his sister, twin sister, Celine Sindal. There's Zygo the Invincible. There's Sabrina Jade, the Jade Shadow. There's Luna, Talu, and Wanda, all in the middle of combat with what seems to be some nightmarish figure who the only name that comes to mind is the Baba Yaga. Deadly and destructive, in a burst of speed and power, was able to rush across this massive area, take a hold of Celine and Sprada's mother, Sia Sindal, and brutally snapped her neck all in the span of seconds. Immediately enraging everyone encountered, people rushed into battle, and after a brief scurry of a few blows and some damage being done to him, he seemingly stepped back and disappeared into thin air. And that is where we'll pick up with things. In the middle of combat, Wanda, you're up.
Okay. I'm gonna pull my disappearing act, go into the ground, and travel to Sprada's location.
Okay.
And then just be ready. I will just ready myself to I don't know, help out Sprada if something comes and attacks him. Kind of like a...
Okay, so you're ready and attack. If you see something attack Sprada, you're gonna jump out on it.
Yeah.
Got you.
Exactly.
Got you. So yeah, you're ready to action there. Oh, it is Bone's second turn this round. I'm gonna need dice for this.
What was that?
Nothing. I just needed my dice. I realized I didn't have them out yet. Dicey, dicey, dice. Let me see. The next thing that he is going to do, because he has options, would he take off? Actually, you know what?
D100 to find out.
Or Celine. It attacks Celine too.
Got you. Sprada, Celine, so you kind of put yourself there. I will say that they are in two different places, where Sprada is sitting next to Zygo and Sabrina, who are surrounding him. Celine is roughly, she was 30 feet the opposite direction by herself, because Sprada ran from her side. I don't think it's that. So you said you ran to Sprada. You wouldn't be able to reach to Celine, but you can be keeping an eye out towards Celine if that's what you want to say. If you see something, you want to try to react to it. Alrighty then. He is going to make a perception check. Let me see. He is going to notice. He's going to notice a lot. All right.
I'm sorry. I was just... Never mind.
Oh, you're all good. Did you want to change it and go to Celine's side or Sprada's side, or stay at Sprada's side? Because you were equal distance.
Knowing that the common tactic is to attack spellcasters first, I'm gonna go to Celine's side.
Makes sense. She's also closer to the door, so ideally you're kind of positioning yourself like if he runs this way, Lise will know something. So, all right, you're in the floor next to her, ready to go. As you disappear into the floor. Talu and Luna, I'm going to need perception checks from y'all. Wanda also.
I mean, nice. That's going to be 30-20, 9 plus 11.
A dirty 20.
Gonna
Nice.
be... Said perception.
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna be 25 for Wanda, and I rolled an 18 for Luna. I don't know what her perception is.
I got you. She has a high one, being all druidy druid,
I rolled an 18 for your
which is really good because Luna, you all of a sudden feel a presence behind you as you see a large pair of arms reach out and grab around Talu and yank him into the air. As the Baba Yaga materializes behind Talu and lifts you up into the air effortlessly, which, those of you that are aware, Talu isn't the lightest person in the world, but it didn't look like, it looked as if the same way you would grab a toddler and yank them up into the air.
Okay.
And Talu, you would just hear, "You have a god killer. Interesting." And that would be his turn as he's holding you up. He's going to drag you back. Drag you back about 20 feet up the stairs, leaving Luna about 20 feet away from it. So there you are. Up next, Talu, you are grappled. Are you going to try to do anything?
Are my hands free?
I would say you're kind of in a full Nelson, is the best way to say it. More of a half Nelson, if anything, with Zaladar being the arm that's kind of up in the air.
I'm going to, and I'm doing this more so because the component is kind of a flavored thing.
All right.
In Talu's hand, he has some colored sand, and he's going to. I'm going to, even with like knowing that I'm probably going to end up hitting myself with this.
Okay.
I'm tossing it and casting color spray.
All right. Kind of targeting right there with you and behind you.
Yeah, pretty much. Like it's gonna, like chances are it's gonna hit me, but it's also at least gonna get all over him, so he can't do invisible shit no more.
Makes sense where you're like, if I'm gonna get hit, I want to at least make sure you can't get away. I got you. I feel you on that. I am very much in that same petty vein at times.
Like I might get taken out, but guess what? I'm not making this easy on you.
Makes perfect sense. All right. What is the save for color spray? Because I don't remember how it works.
It's a DC 15 will.
Ooh.
The colors, yeah, it does all that. 2 hit dice or less, the creature's unconscious, blinded, and stunned. 3 or 4 hit dice, the creature's blinded and stunned. 5 or more hit dice, the creature is stunned for 1 round.
All right. Well, he passed it with the 30 will save.
But does that still get rid of the fact that he's all colorful?
I do not remember, so I am going to check. Who's somebody here I can read up on color spray? You have the thing. Spraying of the colors. Nope, that's not the one.
It just says a vivid cone of clashing colors springs forth from your hand, causing creatures to become stunned, perhaps blinded, and possibly knocked unconscious. That's it.
Right, which makes sense. Color spray.
But I remember we've used it before where Tully tried using it on, I think, zombies or constructs, and it just made them look pretty.
Very true, which it can do that at times. That's not the one. Look here, you're a wizard. You should have it in your color. I know for a fact it's in your spell book. Color, 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 color. Okay, so it's not in your spell book, but it should be in your spell book. I can look it up here. All right, color, color, color spray. Haha! It only took me 4 characters to find it. Let's see. A will save negates it, so you do the affecting stuff. You do get to roll for yourself, so you get to make a will save.
That's a nat 20, so Imagine I passed that.
The colorful dust kind of spreads over both of you, and you normally expect it to stick to him, and you see it just also falls off of both of you.
Well, that's my attack. I can't move. Can I use a movement to get away?
If you would like to make a strength check to try to fight against him, I can give you that. Or I'd even let you make a dexterity or reflex save to try to fight against him and see if you can kind of like flex your way out of it as you're just
I'm
trying
gonna
to run.
use reflexes. That's my highest.
All right, I will make it a contested roll to be fair to you.
Sounds
Well, actually,
good.
no, you just have to hit his CMD.
16 plus 11. I imagine it's not any kind of what is it? What do I have? Resistance versus mind affecting and oh, well versed. Yeah, that doesn't mean shit. He's not saying nothing.
That is actually true. You know what? You actually are in close proximity to him. Can you make me a will save, please, good sir? Good sir.
Another one.
Yeah, this is different. I forgot it's his effect.
Okay. Well, that's a 19 plus 8. It's 27. And then plus 2 if it's mind affecting.
It is mind affecting. All right, so you're able to shrug off the mind effect. But while your color spray doesn't work, you also are able to kind of wiggle free, but your tail is lashing back and forth. But it's hard for you to really get purchased because normally, you know, the bulk of your weight sits a bit upward and you kind of brace that down. It's more just kind of your tail just flapping back in the end trying to get hold onto something. But the grip he has you in is, it's odd. Even though he's flexing and moving, it feels like iron is just gripping. He has an
Damn,
amazingly tough grip.
that was a high roll too.
It was. He has a really good grip on you. Will say that you do notice something that seems to happen as you notice the armor that he has. It seems to be mimicking your scales and becoming kind of a scaled armor at the moment. As the black jagged edges seemingly smoothed out and kind of become a more scaled version of the armor.
You getting a hot too?
Alrighty then, the Sabrina Jade is going to look up and see that. What would she do in this situation? She is not going to want to allow him to get away. Actually, she's going to rush over to Sia and see if there's something she can do for her, since she's the closest. And she's going to yell out, "She's dead! Kill him!" Pointing towards Talu, but meaning the guy behind you, Talu. You knew what she's meaning, kinda.
I hope.
In a way. Sprada is up, and Zygo, they are going to rush up the stairs, and as they rush, you hear... it's almost odd, because at first it doesn't sound real, but you just hear shh. As everybody kind of pauses as the realization that the Baba Yaga is holding you up by more your neck than anything, than just holding your weight. And I'm going to need a constitution save. Actually, what is your... I would say, do you think that you've been able to take a deep breath before he started choking you?
I think the deep breath really came right before the struggle. Like, one of those moments where, like, you take a deep breath to get all the oxygen to your muscles.
True, but you would have burnt up a lot of that trying to struggle and move around. So do you think you would have got a second deep breath?
Because he had me by my arm first, right?
He has you in a half Nelson. So he has your right arm held up and pinned upward, and his left arm is around your neck.
Okay, I get it now. Now I got the image in my head.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I think survival instincts would have kicked in, and he would have known, like, hey, especially after fighting Renwick, he would have known to be ready to take a breath.
All right. Well, what is your constitution modifier, good sir?
+2.
Cool. You got 2 rounds of breath that you can hold before you start to suffocate.
Sounds good.
Mm-hmm. And they kind of pause for a moment, blades out, as you just hear a voice kind of still in that same odd accent. I would hate to have to kill anyone else today. As he slowly begins to continue to back up the stairs with them kind of inching forward. Luna, what are you doing as Celine is beginning to... Oh, she's doing something, but you can't see it because she's doing a steal spell.
Celine.
No, who are you asking?
I was asking you, Luna, what are you doing? As you are at the end of the round and 25 feet behind you, Baba Yaga is basically dragging Talu, who is choking, up the stairs. It's kind of using Talu as like a body shield because Talu's body is long enough to cover him.
I put my hands up and ask what he wants.
Make a diplomacy check. Actually, roll a D100 when you ask this. Would you say this is a moment of desperation for you?
Just as a...
I would put it to you this way.
This
Are
is
you
what-
worried that Talu is about to die?
No, because he said I would hate for somebody to die.
All
I
right.
think if we just step back, he wouldn't die. I'm saying this as this is what you're supposed to do in this situation kind of thing.
All right. Negotiation, one-on-one skills in action. I got you.
Hell yeah. Oh, I just need to bring up Luna. I'm sorry.
You're good.
Today is everything.
It's been a rough month.
Yeah.
Hey, it's okay.
Hey,
It's okay.
trust. I agree with you. But it's all good. You're in a good spot, and if you feel that you can talk your way out of this, could be good. Though this diplomacy check will be as much for the Baba Yaga as it would be to try to stop Sprada and Celine from murdering the man who just killed their mother in front of them. But if anybody can do it, you've been trained to do this. Oh, nose. Ow. There we go. Also, because it's a tense situation, you have advantage on this because of your class training. That's what being a specialist can get you sometime. Bonuses, bonuses.
I got a nat 20 for a 29.
All right. With a 29, you kind of, it's almost like the air in the room kind of deflates a little bit as everybody seems to go to a holding pattern for a moment to see how this plays out. And Talu, you actually feel the strain kind of ease up on your neck a little bit to where you can wheeze in breath. Not a full breath, but it's fresh air. And you know your mind is like, this is good. This is good. This is a good thing. Do this. All of the fresh air. And there's this, it's an odd thing to kind of sense, but you just get this feeling that you've been around dangerous things before, Luna. You've been around violent creatures and literally the god of hell himself. And all of them have a sense of power to them and normally a sense of malice. The thing that's kind of giving you pause is you don't sense any malice from him at all. Power, true, by far feels like an imposing presence, and you can sense the power coming radiating off of him. But you don't sense the malice that he wants to harm or hurt people.
Yeah, Talu's confused and not saying much of anything.
I would also say for you, Talu, you see something that's a little unusual. You see some type of runic symbol kind of burn its way into Luna's forehead when she's speaking, as her eyes kind of glow slightly with kind of a almost ethereal green.
See, that seems more like the idea of like, I want to shoot her now.
What's the symbol?
You can't see the symbol, ma'am. You can't see your own forehead.
That's right.
Only
All
two
you see
people
is-
in the room right now know the symbol is on your forehead.
All you see is Talu
Okay.
looking at you funny.
Talu, you would
well,
recognize
I'm
this
used to
symbol.
that, Talu.
It instantly pops into your mind of what it is. This is the symbol of Asmodeus.
Knew it. I freaking knew it. I freaking
Like-
knew it.
Can I sense where it's coming from?
It looks like it's coming from Luna.
No, I mean like
It's on my.
so like it's not being done to her. It's something she's doing.
Yes, it looks as if it's manifesting from her. And even you listening to her, knowing that she's pleading on your back, you had a second pause like, yeah, you know what? Maybe we should chill out while you're being choked. And you're like, you snap out of it a bit faster than most, like, the fuck is wrong with me? Especially seeing her forehead like the hill. Almost like a bunch of people were compelled to listen to her.
And it was also,
Right.
I'm guessing it's also the idea of like, oh yeah, like after something like that, Talu's more like, maybe she is the enemy. Maybe this guy isn't the enemy.
Honestly, you see Luna in probably the best light you've seen her in a while. You're like, you know what? This is a
That's
real
right.
friend right now. Then there's like a little part of
I'm
you that's
a
like,
real-
the fuck is wrong
no.
with me? I must be magically compelled.
like after a while, after a second, it really kicks in. Like it's some bullshit.
Basically. But it seems to have had an effect.
People like me right now. I'm likable. Magically.
With that being said, we come back to Sin and Ruin and the newly found Naomi. My dear good sir, Sin, as you come flying in to the shop as you found Ruins here at Wanda's Magical Emporium, which is odd because you remember another shop in Teleria called a Magical Emporium, 2 of them, but they look nothing like this one. And you're like, all right, cool, whatever, branding, I guess. But laying there back in the cot, you see the figure what looks to be Naomi holding on to that staff that you saw just days before. With the eyes that are looking at you and blinking, almost as if they recognize you.
I'm definitely recoiling a little bit from this.
Painfully, as you recoil, you realize that the eyes are following you when you move through the room.
Oh, that's just creepy.
Mm-hmm.
That's just creepy.
Just slowly rotating with you as you move.
Just gonna wave slightly. Be like, Ruin, we've got to go back. Celine and Sprata are here, and they are not happy. Is there a way we can? And I'm gonna like point at Naomi and like gesture picking her up, and then point towards the door. Like, is there a way we can take her and go?
Just kind of looks at you with a not that I wouldn't want to, little buddy, but it kind of points at the woman outside the front room watching you all. She's kind of scary.
Shazah! I've arrived.
Congrats.
Okay, so I just got here. All right, what am I missing?
I finally made it to the shop
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh.
and found you and Naomi, and I'm like, can we go? And you were now pointing out
At the
The
doorway at
off-putting
Wanda,
woman.
who has been staring at you from her perch of a stool, which is very, very kind of like hawk-like or like owl-like, like how a bird kind of perches before they strike.
Everyone immediately just look at her. No, it's not wise to move her right now. Besides, she needs to rest. We'll leave when she's awake. Or at least I will. You can head back. It's fine.
no, there's something very dangerous coming this way.
Well, then
And-
come. I'm not leaving her side.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna turn to the very intimidating woman and be like, is there a gentle way we can take her with us?
And she just kind of like cocks her head when she like looks at you without saying anything for a moment. And then she suddenly just snaps her head towards the side, like staring at something. And you see her immediately make this kind of signed runic symbol over herself of protection. as she places up a magical barrier around herself.
Oh, that's not a good sign.
And you can even, without a sense motive check, you can see her eyes are wide with fear. Whatever it is, she seems to understand the danger of what is here and is scared.
Yeah, that's kind of the reason why we need to run.
She doesn't seem to be paying you the slightest bit of attention. Whatever she is staring at from far away, she is transfixed by. But you can hear her mumbling kind of slightly in herself some type of protection. You're not sure what it means, but it sounds best almost like a nursery rhyme.
Can I hear it at all?
Yes, you can, as it is in technically celestial, which you speak, correct?
Let's just double check.
Make it sure.
All my languages go. Yes, Celestial, Common, Dwarven, Elven, Sylvan, and Tengu. I can.
All right. From what you can basically hear, it's Baba Yaga come at night. Little children sleep tight. Baba Yaga give you bite. Lay in bed, don't be upright. Baba Yaga, big black stick, come for children playing trick. Baba Yaga at your door. Baba Yaga, hear you snore. Baba Yaga, you so smelly. Baba Yaga, you hit his belly. And she's just repeating it almost hysterically.
Mm. I'm just going to kind of ease away back towards Ruin and Naomi.
Very much so. You get the sense that she is not in her right mind, maybe more so than ever, as she has that panic look you've seen of people that are near the borderline of doing something dangerously drastic. Odd thing, you'll notice that all of the eyes on the staff immediately snap and look that same way and go all black with red pupils. No, with yellow pupils, my apologies.
Can I like try and wave and get an eye or two to look at me, or are they all fixated in the same direction she is?
They are all fixated the exact same way.
Oh, Ruin. Like, we can't leave her, but we can't take her. Like, can you not pick her up, or can we not try and, like, I'm gonna reach out and try and, like, gently wake her?
Ruin's gonna smack his hand. No, leave her alone.
Like,
she fainted earlier. Leave her alone.
but Ruin, we have to do something.
I am doing something.
Staying here like a trapped animal or an animal in a corner just for whatever that thing is to come and find us?
Whatever that thing is, unless it is coming to find us specifically, is not my concern until it comes to look for either me or Naomi. Because I have no idea what it is or whatever you're speaking of.
And you just hear the woman scream out, "The Baba Yaga!"
Gonna kind of jump at that and look to her.
She looks like she's hyperventilating. Ruin, you've seen this woman seem composed and chill no matter what the occasion. This woman looks terrified at the moment.
Oh, all right, give me a second. I'll be right back. I gotta go unlock the back door. Apparently, the ruiner got locked out.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna go over her and try to calm her down because I don't feel like it's a very good thing to have a person hyperventilating or mentally distressed with potentially magic powers.
Yeah, she is randomly going around the room and grabbing things and throwing it into what looks to be a large backpack. which you imagine must be some type of magical holding places, because you've seen her throw like 20, 30 things in this thing that shouldn't fit, and she's just going nonstop.
I'm gonna ask her, like, who or what is this Baba Yaga? Why are you so afraid?
Make a diplomacy or intimidation check.
Let's see. Is my better option. All right. Is that 15 plus 6 for 21?
All right. As she's grabbing things, she doesn't stop, but you hear her kind of return back in her tone, almost absentmindedly. The Baba Yaga cannot be controlled. It cannot be stopped. It is eternal and lives forever and consumes all.
Okay, I'm back.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Why does it hunt people?
She just kind of like looks at you wide-eyed. Because it can, you fool. And you see her just like gripping her bag that she has filled with everything and just like breathing hard and backing herself into a corner. You get the idea that she's probably either lost or on the verge of losing her shit.
Oh, neat. Okay, so she explained the Baba Yaga pretty much is what I missed.
She explained the Baba Yaga as an eternal creature of basically the unstoppable, unmovable force. The end of all things, as one might call it. She basically has gone into a rant.
Oh, okay. Well, if anything, Rowan would probably pick up tidbits of what this is.
Oh yeah, you can hear what she's saying, and some of it sounds somewhat similar to something you've heard before. Maybe in one of the stories that Grandpa Scales told you about. But your mind isn't fully focused on her because you're worried about Naomi. But it's catching. It's like when you hear the lyric of a song and it's like, I recognize that line somewhere. It sounds familiar, but your mind just hasn't processed any of it yet.
Okay.
And then you see her just for a moment kind of look at you all and just kind of terrified says, you can only run. It never stops. It will eventually find you.
And so find you, like who?
And she just kind of looks off to the distance again and just whispers, the Baba Yaga.
Okay, well, yes, Baba Yaga, but who's the Baba Yaga looking for? Is it looking
and she
for
just
me?
turns and runs, opens the door, leaves it slammed open, and just runs towards the far end of the dock away from the plaza. She has cleared out her entire shop in the span of about 3 minutes. With that being said, yay, back to you all here. You suddenly for a second, Talu, feel yourself released. You kind of drop to the ground. Didn't realize that you were really being held up like that on the steps. Make a reflex save to see if you tumble. Because you're kind of a bigger Nagaji at the moment, and you would definitely bowl pin over Luna and Sprata and Zygo on these stairs.
Mm, 19 total.
All right. So with that, you tumble a bit, kind of like by Luna, and kind of spin yourself around to be back on the stairs. So now it's you and Luna facing the Baba Yaga with Sprata and Zygo behind you, respectively. And as he just stands there, you hear him say, I have done what needed to be done. There's no reason, and as soon as he says that, a massive blast of what seems to be, it's almost hard to tell, but it looks to be almost magma, plasma, as a bolt of pure energetic force from Selene slams into him and slams him into the wall and through the wall.
Like through the wall outside the building?
Well, through that wall. You're not sure where that wall goes. It's the wall, one of the walls on the side of the stairway. You're like, I
think reflexively, I'd probably back up a few feet.
Let's put it this way. It kind of looked like a 15-foot area that you probably wouldn't want to touch as it's superheated marble. This is glowing at the moment.
In front of or behind?
In front of you. So, like, if you try to go to the second floor, you're going to have to make, like, a 10-foot jump, 15-foot jump.
Nah, I'm going down. I'm going all the way back down to the ground floor.
And you just see Selene is just breathing hard and crying.
I think I would probably stand near Selene, but more like acting as a guard.
Yeah. With that, Sprada kind of looks at you all and says, take care of them, and kind of looks down at a moment at his mother. And you see him like, you can almost picture his thinking of him like looking about the building, seeing where the wall is, figuring out the structure, looking around and seeing a door that should lead to that direction and rushing through it. It takes him about the span of about 20 seconds or so, but you can see his mind like, okay, there, then there, and just take off. Which, with his accelerated speed, he takes off in a flash and kind of leaves like an after image of his glowing swords behind him. But he's like there 1 second. As soon as you hear there, you just hear him gone.
And he said, take care of who?
Them. He just kind of gestured to the room in general.
Oh, so yeah, then we're just gonna kind of stand guard of these people, which probably don't need our protection, but still.
I mean, every little bit helps. I will say that Shoki comes bounding into the room, kind of yelping and barking up at the like plasma hole. And looking quite pleased with himself. Like, you damn right I did that.
A Choki comes by? Fuck yeah.
In comparison, you see the much larger Snow Silver just kind of almost stalking into the room as if trying to like look for a threat. And just instinctively walk over to Zygo, who slowly mounts Snow Silver and then takes off at the Sprada. With a look at Sabrina Jade, like with a nod, and then take off. Who is still cradling Selene's body.
See ya.
Sia, not Selene. Sia. Correction.
This is your fault, you know.
Hey, you know what? Look, the names were the names, okay? They do S's. Why they did S's, I don't control my brain. I'm just here to interpret.
Sia, Selene, Selena, like that was your problem with the last campaign too. Mother and daughter always getting confused.
Like mothers and daughters are named after each other, okay? I didn't start that trend, okay? I just suffer from it too.
Done and done.
That's all right. No, from now on, no children will ever be named anything remotely close to their parents.
No, I like Silver and being named after a Shadow Star.
Nope. Changing it all around. His name is Phil now. Phil.
With an F.
Not even Philip.
Right.
Damn.
Nope. Phil with an F. F-I-L-L. Phil. Last name Phil. F-E-E-L. Phil.
Phil?
Yep.
Bring Italy on me. Have a daughter, bro.
With that being said, things kind of quiet down for a moment. This very, very odd moment that almost seems to stretch into an awkward silence as you start to hear like guards and stuff start to rush back into the room. And then you come to realize that whole combat lasted less than 30 seconds, but it felt like a lifetime.
That's not.
As Sabrina begins to have guards go to grab the body, you just hear Celine yell out, "Nobody touch her." And as she walks out, you see her take an amber crystal from inside of her robe and place it down on top of Sia's body and begin to chant a spell. And roughly a minute later, you see that Sia's body is inside that amber crystal, which he then puts back in her robe.
Why he came after them? What is that? Can I do an Arcana check on it? Arcane check. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit you with my hair. I'm sorry.
Straight magic with it.
I'm sorry. Can I do a check?
What type of check would you like to do, Luna?
Arcane check.
Okay. You'd like to do an arcane check on...
The crystal.
Okay.
Like, what is that? What does it do? What's the purpose? Why the fuck are they putting her in another crystal? I saw the first one, or no, that was just Ruin.
You did see the first one.
No, we saw her. We all saw her.
You saw that one when you were in Suzaku's room because he showed it to you, because Sprotta was sitting there struck and almost dazed like a moth to a flame.
Dirty 20.
You've actually heard about this in school before, as Professor Caldera explained it once in class this semester, that there is a type of ritualistic spell that can be cast for storage of items. It's not so much like using a bag of holding, but it basically takes an item or a set amount of items and weight and stores it inside of a magical crystal like a container. And it normally puts it in a type of stasis if something living is put inside of it.
So, say that one more time. I'm sorry. I was distracting myself.
In, like, a stasis.
I'm sorry.
It's all good. It basically it's a way to store things that mages could put, like if you had book piles of gold, you could just put the amber on top of them, cast a spell, and a minute later a bunch of that gold that could fit would be stored inside of the crystal for easier carry. Instead of trying to carry like 3,000-4,000 pounds of gold, you just carry one small little crystal. Whereas this seems to also have the effect of putting in stasis living things or creatures or beings and to preserve them that way. So if you happen to have killed somebody but you needed to show their body as proof for a bounty, you could store them in this crystal and then present them later on.
Problematic, but okay.
Just like embalming.
But it's not embalming because she's preserving the body completely.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And that's what allowed her to become alive the first time she was crystallized. And that's the problem. And that's why Baba Yaga came, because they did this bullshit. This is their fault.
You might have a point there. That's yeah.
Ma'am, that's assuming, okay? You don't know that they did that.
Also,
Sure.
that is an assumption. However, it is.
I mean, it would feel like a valid. It does feel like a valid assumption at this point that something had to happen to make him pop up out of nowhere.
Also, could have been
I'm
before
just
they
gonna-
even put her in the crystal.
True, could have been some shit from before she was in the crystal. Put on pause.
Luna's just gonna narrow her eyes and then look around to see what else needs to be done, because that sucks. But I didn't know her, and she was dead anyways.
I'm going to come up out the ground
Can
and I'm sorry.
No.
I thought we were just saying what we were doing.
Okay, no.
Yeah,
sorry.
I was gonna
Am I
say you're
wrong?
out of initiative at the moment, so yeah, you can.
It's
Or-
just he was
I'm
about to
sorry.
say something.
I can't see the future.
No, he was
sorry.
he was starting to say something. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Oh, you're all good. I was looking at I was just looking at a thing, and something I saw in the Baba Yaga's sheet that I forgot about shocked me. Like, oh, I forgot about that. Never mind. Like, you know what? Had I remembered, just so you know, as a DM, I don't always remember all the shit either for new characters that are created when they have a lot of shit. Yeah. Oh, I forgot he can do that too. Okay, so yeah, never mind. All right, we'll find that out in a minute. So, with that being said, you come up out of the ground, saving up some more rounds of your cloak. So you've only used 3 of the... You've only used... Technically, it's only been 1 minute, and you still have 9 minutes left of the
Wait,
cloak.
hold on. Are we still in combat?
No.
Oh, okay.
I was saying that technically you always have to use up at least a minimum of a minute of the cloak. So you've only used up 1 minute of your 9 minutes of the cloak. Your 10 minutes. So you have 9 minutes left. In case that becomes important, that you need 9 more minutes to be inside of an object. Look, a lot of guys would kill to be able to get 9 minutes, okay?
Stop it. Yeah. Follow Celine, because us spellcasters got to stick together, and I don't know if something's coming back. Was gonna attack us from where? Because who are we here with again? I don't even know. Is Sprada? What's going on? Can someone tell Wanda, please?
I mean, that's a very valid feeling, I'll say at the least. But you just see Celine kind of standing there as Sabrina is issuing orders and sending soldiers to seemingly go follow behind Sprada. Not maybe the most willing, but I mean, they're following the order. But it seems like the same type of people that's told to go jump off of a cliff. It's like, I'm going to do the order, but I'm not going to like it. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I think Tali's just going to be waiting there for a second to be like, eventually this chick's got to give us some answers. She brought us here and all this shit popped off.
With that, kind of takes a breath as Celine kind of looks at Sabrina, and they kind of have that staring at each other where you feel the tension rising again, as it's clear on both of their faces they do not like each other. They do not in the slightest like each other. And you realize that there's a lot less of anything between them but space and opportunity, which probably has not been that way for quite some time.
Well then, hey, if Celine's feeling froggy, I'll eat too. You feel me? Like, I'm with it. Bring the smoke, bro.
I like the way it's like, cool, we're gonna jump her right here and now while we got the chance.
I mean, I don't know what's going on, but I definitely give Celine that look, you know, like I don't know what's going on.
Like if you swing, I swing. I got you, cuz.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel you. Like, look, bad boys for life. We ride together, we die together. If you swing, I'ma swing. What you mean?
It's a good day to die. You feel me? We're here.
Very true.
Tali's just gonna look at Sabrina and be like, and we were supposed to be safe here? Safer than at the school?
You're alive, aren't you?
Barely.
Man, because of anything that had shit to do with us? What?
You hear Celine say, I need a good reason to know why I shouldn't obliterate you from the face of this planet right now. In a painfully, dangerously calm tone that does not show the look of fury on her face. And Sabrina Jade, kind of standing sideways as she was ordering other people around, kind of turns and looks back at Celine. And you see 2 daggers slide down her sleeves into her hand. And she just replies, I don't answer to you. Ever. And with that, we'll come back to Ruin and Sin. As the shop is empty now, which is, of course, floating on water and kind of sways a little bit with the waves. But from what you can see, the eyes seem to be staring, and now you see the eyes seem to be slightly moving as they seem to be looking off in the distance to the north. Kind of northeast from where you are.
Well, I guess we have the shop.
Okay, we got a shop now. Ooh. I'm gonna go close that door, Sin.
Yeah, I'm gonna close the door. Is there any sort of locking mechanism?
Oh yeah, on the inside. As you get to the door, you hear some guy come in like, "Hey, Wanda, hey." Kind of look you up and down. Kind of like looks like eyes look a little watery, cheeks look a little rosy. Like you're not Wanda. Kind of like slowly like squints in, looks down at you, saying like you're not Wanda at all. You just hear him yell back, "Hey, Wanda's not here. There's some little guy." And some kind of looks back in and kind of like squints his eyes again. Guy with feathers on. Bird feathers. Black feathers? Birdman?
She went that way, and I'm gonna point.
You see him kind of turn and look, make a diplomacy check.
Right, 13 plus 6 for a 19.
All right. That easily beats him
Damn,
when he's
drunks.
like, you guys just wait till I tell Wanda you're in here. She's gonna fuck you up. And you see him like stumble off the other. And you just hear somebody else like, you're so. They sound like they've been day drinking all day.
I'm just gonna close the door and lock it.
You know that moment when your girl goes out to brunch with her girls and then brunch lasts for 4 hours and she comes back sloppy drunk? That's the level of intoxication we've reached here at about 2:30 in the afternoon for these guys.
Painfully, I know.
Doesn't help also that they are also, on an entire boat of an island that is constantly swaying in motion.
Drunk goggles enhanced by the motion of the ocean.
Pretty much. Everything is moving and also moving. But they stumble away. Will they make it to where they're trying to go? Who knows? Plenty of people die in Pirate Cove for being stupid, so.
It's not my job to prevent people's deaths. It is just my job to make sure that it happens.
All right, there you go.
I'm just going to close the door and lock it, and I'm going to think to myself, yeah, that's not going to do anything. I'm just going to turn around and go back and sit next to Rowan.
Nice. I will say that you hear an epically loud explosion somewhere off in the distance, but enough where it kind of like rocks the entire like ship island, and you feel the waves move out from it as the water was displaced.
Just kind of sit there next to Rowan and go, I think we're dead.
That's fine.
I'm just going to kind of run my hand over the leather bracer he made me with the Raven Queen motif, and I'll just kind of try to make a dark but light joke and go, maybe it'll stick this time.
Yeah, well, we never know. We'll find out.
Is it actually her? Kind of nodding at Naomi.
There's a little in there.
Is what?
Is it actually her and not Dominica?
Yes, this is our Naomi. She fainted when I told her how long she'd been gone.
What do you mean? She's only been gone for like a month or two.
No, with the Naomi we first met. She has no memory other than being on the mountain with Tempest.
She doesn't remember everything from that?
No, she doesn't. From that point on, everything's blank. That's why I'm not leaving. And if she's sweating or anything, Ruin would like just damp cloth it away or something.
She seems to be breathing fairly easily. She just seems to be almost gently sleeping, almost if it was a nap. Like if it was anywhere else, this was the academy and she was laid on her bed, you'd think that she just took a mid-afternoon nap.
Good enough. We'll keep watching. Like, man, we'll say she don't remember nothing. So from when she went to the mountain with Tempest is the last memory she had. And the last thing she remembers is waking up on that boat looking for us.
Kind of with a very heavily questioning look and looking at the eyes on the staff. Well, if it is our Naomi, and whatever that staff is looking at comes for us, we're grabbing Naomi and we're following the shopkeeper Wanda. We're running.
That's if whatever those eyes are looking at come this way and don't block our exit off.
Ruin, between you, me, and whatever the heck that thing is, I don't think this boat is going to last. We can make an exit big enough for the three of us.
Yeah, big enough for the three of us, but at this point I'm going to depend on you to get her out of here.
You don't trust me?
Will I attempt to make or stall it for a bit?
Don't worry. I can grab Naomi with telekinesis and we can get far enough away. Just so long as that thing can't fly.
You suddenly see the eyes kind of blink and the color kind of fades from them. They kind of go back to their different color, normal white eyeballs with different color irises, and kind of look back around the room.
Like, well then, never mind. It's fine. Fine.
I'm going to look at it with all due respect, staff, but it's a little off-putting.
And you see all the eyes just kind of look at you and blink all in unison.
Don't insult Mr. Staff. He'll whip your ass.
I'm trying to be respectful. I don't know how to talk to a staff.
Don't
Never had
insult
to
me.
before.
He won't even let you touch him if you try to.
The shit that Ruin and fucking Sin get into could be his own comedy special, I swear.
I'm going to try and gingerly hold out one finger. Can I poke a section that's not an eyeball?
Good luck.
You see all the eyes look down at your finger as it points out and gets close.
Very slowly and very gingerly, just trying to poke it to see if it moves.
Poke the staff?
Yeah.
All right, well, she's holding it. You touch this actual staff and you see the eyes all flush black, but they say their same irises as they're watching.
Oh, look, I'm just off Mr. Staff.
I'm just going to pull my finger away slowly.
They all watch your finger slowly retract, and once it gets about 5 feet away, they all go back to being white eyes.
Okay, so the staff likes being with Naomi. We at least know that.
Yeah, it's no different than Talon.
But Talon could talk back to us.
Only through Naomi.
Okay, well maybe this can talk back to us too. When Naomi wakes up.
Oh wait, clarify a point. Did you physically touch the staff?
He did.
Yes.
Make a will save if you would, please, at advantage.
At advantage?
Yes.
Okay. That is a 19 plus 10 for a 29.
Correction. Ruin, as you watch as he touches the staff, you see all the eyes go black, and suddenly Sin's hand flips out and snatches the staff, and you see the staff kind of flash with black energy. And Sin, you realize that as you pulled your finger back, you are now holding the staff, and the eyes are looking at you.
Oh, it's one of them magic ones.
No. You're supposed to stay there. And I'm pointing at the staff and then pointing to Naomi. So I just.
Ironically, some of the eyes look back towards Naomi when you do that, and other eyes just stay looking at you.
Look, see, it likes magic people. Mr. Staff, I'm sorry for not having magic.
The eyes just seem to blink, and you see them all turn black, but with different color irises. And seem to be looking around the room.
Congratulations, little buddy. You now have Mr. Staff.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to look to the staff. Is Naomi still going to be okay?
I don't know. We'll see. She's still napping.
As you ask the question, you get a feeling that Naomi is going to be all right. Naomi just needs some rest. You don't hear a voice or anything like that, but you just get the feeling.
Okay. And you don't want to go in the bag of holding.
The eyes just seem to be looking at you.
I guess I'm gonna stare back at the eyes, like if I try to focus on. No, I don't. The thing disappeared. So I'm gonna look at the staff. Like, do you know when there's something dangerous that's going to be around? Like whatever you were focused on last time.
It just seems to blink at you.
You need to speak to it like I say, blink once or blink twice. Maybe it'll understand that.
I wish I knew Morse code. That'd be helpful.
Does run no Morse code. What kind of role would I need to know for that?
I would say from who your father or grandfather is, yeah. Ruin does.
Yeah, Ruin
They've
like,
definitely
yes,
been out in the forest hunting with you and communicated with you through whistles and quick chirps, so you get an idea, like you have a good idea of it.
Neat. Because if all else failed, that was my first nat 20 of the night.
Definitely familiar with an idea, like you could parse out some type of custom language for it.
Yeah, like blink, blink, hold, blink.
Right? I guess there's not much else to do besides wait. Guess try and figure out what the staff can do.
Well, whatever you do, do it over there. I don't want Naomi getting hurt.
Yeah, I'll sit in the corner. That way I can kind of be hidden a little bit if somebody tries to walk through the door.
Understandable. As you sit there, make a will save at disadvantage. No, at advantage. My correction.
Yeah.
Thinking of the wrong
How much
thing.
better I have to do than a fucking 19 on the die. It's an 18 on the die plus 10 for a 28.
You sit there with it trying to like get a handle on it. You kind of close your eyes and suddenly it almost looks like looking at a wall of big screen TVs as you're looking around Pirate Cove. You can see what looks to be like Wanda, the shop owner, hopping onto a ship. What you can see some drunk people in the, it's kind of stumbling their way down that way. You can see what looks to be some type of dancing in where some ladies are doing some kind of fairly well skilled acrobatic tricks, defying gravity on a pole, and you're like, that's a vertical split. I don't even know how. Looking at another screen, you can see where it seems like a boy is taking water, like a water pail, and taking it. And then you see him kind of like looking around and then casting some type of spell to purify the water, so it's drinking water. And the boy can't be any more than maybe 5 or 6. And then taking the bucket to what looks to be some type of shop to sell the clean, purified water. Because as you imagine, drinking water on an island with no natural water resources is pretty rare and hard to come by.
Yeah. Okay.
You can see that some person is being kind of tossed off the side of what looks to be one of the ships on the edge of the docks. And you can see that when their body hits the water, immediately sharks go into a feeding frenzy.
Ooh. Can I try and focus on the pirate plaza?
All
like,
right.
If it's showing me things around Pirate Cove, I want to know what happened back where I came from.
Looking at the plaza, you can see that there are multiple guards apparently stationed around and seem to be like searching, looking through the area. As you kind of focus, your eyes kind of zoom inside as you're looking around. Everybody inside of the lobby, still make a perception check for me if you'd be ever so kind.
In the
area where the rest of you are, basically everybody who's not sin or ruin.
Oh, you said perception? That's gonna be a 14.
All right, you see nothing.
You have had a
Wait, who's making? Y'all guys are.
They are.
Nat 20.
Oh,
Nat 20 plus 8, so 28.
Nice, nice, nice. And you, my dear Luna.
Oh, damn. I should roll for Luna. I'm sorry. Hold up.
Got you.
She got a 15.
All right.
Oh, and here she comes right now.
Perfect.
Hey, do you want to
timing.
roll?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Here. She's gonna roll it. Here it is.
You got this with your
I'm
bad
sorry,
self.
guys. I am so close to getting into another psychosis, bro. One moment, please.
Un momento, por favor. See, I be talking my Spanglish a little bit.
English.
That's about all I got.
It's a 22.
Nice. But you're 22, you don't see it. Wanda, you see a floating eyeball that's black that seems to be looking around, just looking over things. Floating through the air.
Oh. Oh no.
It's about 25, 30
Oh no
feet
no
up.
no.
Is it coming this way? Are they? Is there? Did you say that out loud or? No. The no part.
Shit.
Did you say no out loud?
It looks to be about the size of an
Or are you just saying?
small apple or so,
I'm gonna,
and just floating
I'm
through
gonna
the air. And it's
gonna,
moving
like-
with a decent amount of speed.
where's he moving?
From what you can see, the eye seems to be circling the room, looking at everything.
Oh, where is it moving?
It circled backward and seems to be circling around the room, around the far side, showing kind of a panoramic where you can see Sabrina and Celine facing off to each other. To which, Sid, you can see that it looks like Selena and Sabrina are about to throw down.
I don't know if emotions can be displayed through this thing, but I am kind of glaring at Sabrina Jade from here.
I would say you would kind of notice that there seems to be a lot of attention of the eye focusing on Sabrina Jade now.
I would oh man, what would I do? Should I mention this to Julian looks kind of busy right now. Maybe I should I don't know. Wanda's caught up. I don't know what to do.
Hey, look, go ahead and distract her in this important moment and see what happens.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep an eye on it. The eye on the eye.
Wait. They're having a standoff because Celine wants to take her mama and Sabrina is being butthurt about this daughter wanting to take her mama home.
Not at all. They basically kind of always have had beef, and now they're kind of in one of the rare moments where there's nobody between them but space and opportunity to act on that. Normally before there was always Suzaku or Sprada or even Sia that separated the two. As those of you that are aware, Suzaku purposely kind of almost brainwashed in a way Celine in a way to be overly protective of Sprada and to not let anybody get close to him in a romantic way, which started with Sabrina.
Oh, it's like that.
So
It's
it's
one of those
always been
moments
Wait,
Oh,
so it's almost been an Celine for some reason always had a almost irrational and unnatural disdain for Sabrina, which Sabrina's taken some type of way over the years. And
make sure that
they
I'm-
seem to be basically coming to a head at this moment as, other than you students around, there's a couple of her soldiers, there's a couple of you students, and it's really about 50 feet between her and Celine. Closer to about
Nobody
30 feet.
there to really stop him. Nobody there to stop him either. Damn. At least strong enough to stop him.
So, like, to get this straight, it's like Sabrina's job to make sure Celine doesn't have a sex life? Is that what I'm hearing? Like,
It's more that
Reverse.
Suzaku made sure that Celine always made sure that Sprada wasn't distracted by romantic interests and was discouraged from doing such a thing. So he would always be focused on the mission and the job at hand.
okay, I see.
That's
So he used his sister then.
Yeah, he used his daughter to basically make sure his son
Cop.
became the perfect weapon, as he wanted.
So
Cop.
Celine's the deterrent to
She's
Sprada's
a
romantic
cop
life.
partner.
There you
She's
go.
a
That.
cop partner.
A massive and major one in every sense of the word. And the sad part is, neither of them understand why that's the case.
Still going with it.
I'm gonna talk about sweet home Alabama shit, right?
Oh no, no, no,
No,
not
no,
like
no, 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 no.
not like Celine in a romantic way. Just Celine always downplayed and downspoke and blocked anybody from trying to get involved with Sprada to protect him, because that's what her father always told her to do when she was younger. So when you become indoctrinated, you always tend to fall back on the things that you were taught. So Celine has always had a disdain for any woman who tries to get involved with Sprada, which also extended to Queen Vexalia. Just after the fact.
I see. That actually also makes a lot of sense.
Wait, really?
Yeah, you know? Yeah, I get it.
Oh yeah, she felt
Wait,
some type of way after the fact that Vex got involved with her brother.
And she's still so like is she knowingly playing this role or is this like just subconsciously
Subconsciously just sends to not like these people.
I
So in the
see.
future, who does Sprada marry?
Oh, nobody. I yeet him into the universe.
No, how did he become? Never mind.
He
Oh,
married
well,
No,
he did.
in the future.
no.
He marries the Queen of Teleria after the king is murdered.
Who
Yeah.
is the Queen of Teleria?
Her name, I forgot it. I have to look through my records at that time.
Okay, so it's not Vex. Okay.
No.
I
I
was just not.
That's Whitestone.
Second queen next to Nira. Get
I
outta
was
here.
confused and forgot that she's pregnant right now with my baby daddy.
Exactly.
Right. Who isn't?
What? That makes no sense.
I don't know.
That sounds really like I'm a pervert too. Yeah. Who isn't pregnant with my baby daddy? So I'm just
Oh.
getting pregnant by all the little babies that are gonna be 20 someday.
Someday.
That's what it sounds like.
Hey, look, things
I'm
happen.
sorry.
It's all good. But yeah, you see them staring at each other, son, and they look like things are about to go nuclear in a moment.
Hey,
Someone's gotta push
I'm
the button.
still ready for the action. I just need to know where it's coming from. You feel me? Otherwise, Wanda is good to go.
And while everyone is standing there, you see Sabrina kind of flick her daggers away and sheath them and just looks at Celine and says, "Get off of my island. Take these students, take your brother, and never return. You are no longer welcome here ever. Are we clear, Sindal?" So Celine kind of stares for a moment.
Wait, when did she own the island?
Sabrina Jade?
Yeah,
She's always run the island.
Man,
she's owned the
And
island.
was it
even
not
though there's three
clear-
of them?
Not own the island, she runs the island.
Oh,
was it not clear from the surveillance system she had in her room that like she had eyes everywhere, bro?
that don't mean shit. Anyone can have eyes everywhere.
You would know that she's one of the pirate leaders of Pirate Code, which is a triumvirate, and you've met two
Exactly.
of the three.
Uh-huh.
But
Yeah,
From
she's
all-
like
for all intents and purposes, she
Okay.
kind of is the one that kind of makes the major decisions, kind of handles the bureaucracy around here.
Oh, okay. Okay, so they're no longer allowed on the island, so that means we're no longer allowed on the island, right?
To which you see Celine kind of looks at all you students and says, "We're going to gather Sprada and we're leaving, students, immediately." And she just turns and walks off towards the door that Sprada took.
Talu's just gonna stand there like,
Okay.
so we were brought here for what?
Ask your former archmage, apparently, so she knows all the fucking answers. And you just see Celine just raise a middle finger as she's walking away.
I do.
Talu's gonna
I
stand
do.
there.
I flip her off too. I raise a middle finger.
No,
to her.
I'm still standing at asking Sabrina, like waiting for an answer, because like, why did you bring us here, my dude?
Make a diplomacy check at advantage, as you still have an arcane mark flowing on your forehead.
Oh, hey, nice tattoo.
Thank you. What?
That's all that. What?
The one on your forehead.
Technically, Wanda walked out with Celine. Didn't mention it.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I did walk out with Celine. I wasn't gonna miss the opportunity to like just have that shot in existence. Come on, storming out, flipping someone off, but head.
You see her kind of look
Archmage
at you for a
Celine,
moment
come
and kind of look you up and down. That explains Asmodeus much, much better now. I brought you here because the Baba Yaga was headed, from what I was informed, to Teleria. Apparently my information was incomplete, as I thought that it was coming for one of your members, as Team Moonshadow seems to be a target at all times, and this creature suddenly had appeared in this area of the world. But it appears, she kind of looks down to where Sia Sindao had fell, that there were other things at play that I was unaware of. But I did bring you here because I thought that I was trying to protect you and save you.
She get here? And I looked down at the spot where she was looking.
I brought her here, Luna. I was able to save her. It was going to be my gift to Sprada.
And you got the information that Baba Yaga was on the way afterward?
Yes.
You saved
Luna.
her? Shit, I'm just trying to make sure I understand.
Sia Sindao told me herself. Would you like to ask her now? She kind of looks at you.
No, thank you. I appreciate you telling me. Thank you.
I believe that your ride, she kind of nods to the door, is leaving. It would do you best to not actually miss that.
Right. Thank you again. And then turn around and start jogging that way.
To which Sabrina then looks at you, Talu, expectantly.
He's just gonna kind of wait for her to talk for a second.
She seems to be waiting for the same. Kind of giving you that look like, okay, out with it. What do you have to say? You're here for a reason.
He's just gonna start walking like as if to follow the other ones. And he's gonna pause at Sabrina like, I'd like to offer my condolences for your loss.
Make a diplomacy check at advantage. Because she was expecting a lot of things, but that was not one of them.
Let me double check. This one.
Heavy fate.
Diplomacy?
Oh wait,
Yes.
forgot you're not streaming.
It's 16 plus 14, so 30, right?
Yes, I like the way you said heavy fate with such heavy fate. So what you got all together?
30.
You see like one tear kind of roll out of her left eye, even though her face doesn't seem to betray it. Thank you, Talulius. You're far better than most people give you credit.
He's just gonna. That almost felt like a backhanded compliment, but he's just gonna let it go because it's one of those ideas they feels is more from a place of mourning. He's just gonna give a very polite bow and start heading out.
Easy enough. And with that, you can find it's not hard to find. You go only about roughly maybe 3 or so blocks towards the docks on the far side, the northern part of the island. And you see that there is a massive hole in Pirate Cove with just about a 30-foot circular area of water. No, it's closer to about, because what he would have did, it's closer to about 90 feet diameter of just this huge area where whatever it was there was obliterated and there's nothing but just empty water. And you can see the rest of Pirate Cove on the far side. And you can see that Sprada is standing there still gripping his swords and breathing heavily. Along with Zygo along aboard Snow Silver, who's just kind of standing there. And as Celine approaches, she says, "We've been requested to leave and be banned from Pirate Cove, along with the rest of our party," motioning to the children. "We still need to find Ruin and Sin." Which, children, where are Ruin and Sin? She kind of turns and looks at you all.
Get told where?
He was getting. They were getting. They were fucking. I'm just gonna shut the fuck up.
It's okay. What's
It's all good. Celine's kind of taking that same type of look that she normally takes when she's told you something the previous day in class and then asks you about it immediately, like, you better answer this question right.
They went to get Naomi.
You see Sprada kind of look around.
There we go.
Naomi is here.
Yes. She's here. She has a staff. She's herself. That I know of. It seems like her. They went to get her. I don't know if they're still there. But they're that way. And I point which way I think it is. Like that.
You see that Celine and Sprada seem to look at each other and communicate almost without words. And then it's kind of a nod. And you see him heading back towards the Palazzo de Pirate. And the rest of you are heading around the Palazzo towards the kind of southern edge. Well, more the western edge of everything.
I yell at him and say, "It's at Wanda's. They're at Wanda's."
Which he kind of just pauses and like looks at Wanda being like right there next to, standing like there right next with the rest of you, like,
what?
Another Wanda, another Wanda, go, another Wanda.
And he just turns and disappears back inside. From what you can see,
I did nothing. I swear.
Well, from what you can see, there is a hole on the second floor of the Plaza Porco that bursted out to the outside. But there was also what looks to be some type of hidden door that seems like a regular wall. But when you walk up to it and walk past it, you can see the Sprada seemingly walks into the wall. Which you realize must have been the wall that you all walked out of. Like Sabrina J wouldn't have a secret way to walk into this place. The fuck?
So, I see.
Like she would always take the front door. No. No. All right, so with that, you all walk up there, and before you know it, you're at the small building known as Wanda's Emporium with the door closed.
Hey, it is my Emporium. I see this now.
And you hear Celine bang on the door rapidly, to which Sin and Ruin, you both hear a rapid...
Just Zen, you might want to get that.
And it is incessant and non-stopping.
I'm just gonna walk over to the door and be like, Wanda's not here.
And you see the glowering figure of Celine Sindao, your master, along with the rest of Team Moonshadow, standing there.
The kind of worried look goes to extreme terror. And I feel even smaller than what I normally am. And just kind of one of those holding the staff like, oh. Remember what I said, Ruin?
Yeah.
To which you see
Fine.
Celine begin to slowly stalk into the room.
Oh, I am backing away.
Metaleus of House M, my apprentice, who is on Pirate Cove on an unofficial mission which he assumed came from me without verifying that information from me, and you swear that she's getting larger as she speaks, but you can't see arcane energy sparking around her as her hair is floating up.
Ruin's kind of like nuzzling the pillow by Naomi's head to make kind of muffle the sound. Not to disturb her.
What?
And
Like,
you
I'm normally-
thought that in your brilliance of an idea to expose your team to unimaginable dangers, you would take a mission and not even think to ask me directly. As she
What
has
did
you
you do,
backed
Alana?
up, as she has you backed up to a wall now, Sid.
Yeah, I'm just going to look down. I know I screwed up royally. There's no chance of me even attempting to defend myself.
You see
I
the
know I'm
eyes
screwed.
all immediately turn black altogether, and then you see the irises go from red to yellow and look at Celine.
Can I see this or no?
I mean, if you're looking at the staff, you can see it. Celine is a bit more preoccupied at not worrying about whatever new stick her apprentice has, but yelling at him for the reckless nature of getting his team in danger.
It's like,
Are we in trouble now?
I'm gonna look past Celine for
Okay,
half a
but
second and
She
just
does pause to look at you, Ruin, and say, "You also missed your girlfriend's wedding, which she is quite upset about." And she kind of looks
Yeah.
back to Sin.
it's like understandable. Ruin hasn't moved from the chair. He's still watching Naomi. He's just like understandable.
Kind of one of those, yeah, I get it. That tracks.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that I already knew what I was getting in trouble.
Damn, so we are in trouble again. How does this keep happening?
I'm in trouble with
I would say if you
my,
would send roll a
my
will save at disadvantage, please.
got a disadvantage now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. That's a 4 and a 1. So
no.
take it away, Ace.
Oh no. Well, to Celine. Well, Celine is a wizard, an archmage. She is not the most fortuitous character around. Though she rolled well, she did not roll high enough to roll a DC 30 fort save. So do you know what happens next, Sin?
Please don't tell me you hit
Absolutely not.
her. That's where you smack her with the staff.
The staff almost jumps out of your hand and slams into Celine's chest. And she failed to
Oh,
save.
no.
Oh God, no.
To which you then hear an almost audible slushing sound as you hear Celine scream, "Ah!" and grab at her face.
Ruin's immediately rushing over at this point. Like,
As there is
What the hell's
now,
going
in
on,
addition to
Sid?
the other eyeballs on the staff, an opaque silver eye looking around. As Celine's left eye is bleeding as she falls back.
like literally, that's all you're gonna hear from Ruin is when he rushes over. Saying, "What the hell?"
I didn't do anything.
Initiative.
No, she's not going to go to combat against you all.
It did it on its own. Where's the
He doesn't
staff
have
now?
to.
The staff is still in your
Damn.
hand. And you can clearly see a silver eye that looks very much like your master's eye that is no longer in her head.
I'm just gonna look at the staff. Why did you do that?
Yeah, so I was just looking at the group like, what fucking more could happen?
Bro, what is happening? What is happening?
Yeah, so Ruin's checking Celine, doing a quick medical check, see if he can help her in any way.
From what you can see, you can try to wrap up the wound, but her left eye is completely gone. There's no damage to the socket, but the eye is just gone.
Yeah, I got an 18.
And yeah, you can begin to do field medicine to try to help assist her with it. She stumbled back and actually fell down on her ass. As of all the things she was prepared for, her eye being pulled out of its socket was not one of them.
I am remaining in the corner I've been backed into. I am terrified of this staff now.
It's like nobody approaches in an aggressive manner or something unless Mr. Staff has something to say about it.
Yeah, I don't want any part of this.
Holy
I'm just gonna walk outside.
Yeah, after Ruin helps Celine up, he's gonna head back straight to Naomi.
What? So Sin hit Celine's eye out, bro.
Oh, disrespectful.
Just hit Celine's eye out, bro. What?
I mean, technically, the staff didn't hit the eye; it just hit her in the chest, and the eye was gone.
Magic staff, magic eye pull.
Damn.
But you now realize this staff does have multiple eyes all along it that seem to be looking around the room.
Okay,
that's
so wait,
gross.
hold on.
Which
so
you notice
she
some of the
bleeding?
eyes are looking at you, Wanda. Some of them are looking at
Oh,
Luna. Some regarded Ruin. They seem to be looking all around. And yes, Celine is bleeding from her left eye socket.
Oh, so with that 18, I couldn't help her stop it?
I mean, you started to wrap it up, but the bleeding doesn't just stop because you wrapped it up.
Okay. Well, I guess once doing that, I guess I'll hand her like a potion of
Unless you
healing
got
or
a
something.
healing kit on hand, and you might be able to do a little bit more.
Okay, I don't have one of those yet. That's a new kit I need.
I can heal her. I
healing
have
potion.
a healing. No, I just have the healing. I can just heal her with.
I was about to say, you can do all that. That's great, but I'm still handing her the
spell.
potion.
Which is nice.
Okay.
So I'm handing it to her as an immediate thing, as I'm tending to her eye.
That is true. As her eye came out, she did take quite a amount of bleed damage as she was bleeding openly from that socket.
And this is the same staff that
This is the staff we found on
had,
the ship.
but Sin has it now.
Yes.
But Naomi had it, or
At one point, Naomi did have it. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
The Ruin's
It's
done with
weird.
that. He's gonna.
Oh,
head
actually,
over to
correction.
Naomi.
I lied. Not one eye, both eyes.
Both eyes. Shit.
Yeah. So two silver eyes are on the staff now, looking at you.
Okay.
Silver. Her eyes-
Sin, in your mind,
Yes.
you swear they're looking at you with judgment, but they're just looking.
Yeah, so Ruin's pretty much put a blind over Celine as he and gave her a healing potion to stop said bleeding, and he's gonna help her up and put her in a chair.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's gonna head over to freaking Naomi afterwards. It's like, God damn it, it's not bad enough.
To which you just
I didn't
hear
do it on
Celine
purpose.
breathing hard, as if she's trying to control herself. And she just says, "We wait for Sprada."
Miss Celine,
Wait
are
for
you
your
okay?
dad to get home. That's what she just said.
Pretty much. At that point, the only thing is like, are you okay, Miss Celine?
I will be fine, Ruin. I'm just in an immense amount of pain.
I'm just gonna curl up and sit down in the corner.
Apparently, both of my eyeballs were ripped from my skull in a most painful manner.
Just gonna look at Sin and shake my head. You need to put Mr. Staff away.
You haven't done that yet. What?
Which those of you looking
Why?
at the staff can now see that there are two silver eyes that would match Celine's opaque silver eyes on the staff.
Yeah, while Ruin's looking at the staff. Bad, Mr. Staff. Bad.
Just kind of, you see a couple of the eyes kind of look at you, and you swear they almost narrow at you, like, the fuck did you say to me?
You heard me, damn it.
And I
Oh,
like
as I walk
if
away.
I go to try to put it in my bag of holding, I get that same resistance of That's not going to happen.
Definitely.
Yeah, I'm just going to sit in the corner.
Actually, if anything, it feels even more powerful now than it did before.
Great. Now we just gotta
I'm
figure out
good.
a way to break this thing.
I don't know. Get pillows or something for Celine. Since
Yeah, like I said, I put her in a chair.
we're
Like,
just
unless y'all
sitting
can
down,
prop her,
chilling,
somebody
right?
stay with her. That's exactly what Ruin's gonna say. Someone stay
Comfortable.
with her. If once Sparta gets here, we at least help guide her out and or around.
Yeah. I got it. Don't worry.
Which, about 20 minutes later, Sparta comes walking to the door and kind of pauses, taking in the scene.
Yeah, Ruin's sitting there with Naomi. He goes, "Hello, Sparta. Bad things happen." Sure, they'll explain. I missed most of it.
And you hear Celine say in a very monotone voice, "Brother, my eyes have been ripped out by the staff that is being held by Sin. It seems that Naomi is in the back of the room recovering, back to her personality as Naomi Song. And it seems that everyone is here."
Wait, is Shoki with us?
Yeah. Shoki's big ass is outside, but yeah.
What about
Very clear deterrent from
Margot?
anyone wanting to try to enter the place.
I mean, Talo's with
What
Shoki at
about-
this point.
Have you called out to Margot, ma'am?
No.
Then Margot would not be.
Margot's
I'll call her out. Wait, are you talking about when we left?
No, I
Margot's in
meant
the
that since
club.
you've been in Pirate Cove.
Nah, Pirate Club sounds
Okay,
better.
then
I mean,
I'll
there
call
there
out
is
to
a
her
pirate
now.
club. That's a different story.
Nah, it's pirate. That's canon.
I'm calling out to her now.
Okay. Make a diplomacy check.
Uh,
18. Well, wait, hold on. It's like a +4 or some shit with her.
You do have bonuses because that is your familiar.
I forgot what it is. A plus what?
I believe a +4 sounds about right.
Okay. 18. 22. Is it 22?
Okay. So with that 22, you kind of call out, and after about a minute or so, you hear a cawing, which sounds labored as you see that Margot is flapping hard to get towards you. As you realize out here on the sea with the cooler air, there are no updrafts for Margot to glide upon, so it's just all physical. It's like running in sand. It's all hard work to fly.
Earn your paycheck today.
If she could be sweating, she'd be sweating, but she's here kind of breathing heavily as she lands on your shoulder.
I make her do this. She'll be fine.
Right? Fly
She
out
wants
to
to
me.
do-
All this work.
She wants to do. I'll train her to be better. But this it is kind of my fault. Yeah,
It's okay.
I've been neglecting her like real hard.
It's okay.
With that, you see Celine is stood up in this kind of center of the room, kind of slightly bumping into a few things and asking that you clear the space.
Bruin will probably attempt to wake Naomi. If she doesn't wake up, he's just gonna pick her up.
She doesn't wake up, but you can pick her up, and she doesn't seem to be disturbed by it. If anything,
Alright,
she
good
seems
enough
to
for me.
like curl into you when she's sleeping.
Ruin will hold her closely then.
And with that, without almost a word, Celine begins casting the spell. And after about a minute of the incantation, all of a sudden you are all in a very familiar confine of a circular tower and staircase, as you are in the Teacher's Tower of Aegis Academy.
I am trying to stay as
Wait.
far away from everyone as possible.
What? We
Yeah,
are back in
we're in the tower. Yay!
Cool. We're
Zach
in
is-
trouble now. I don't like being back here because it means we have to be punished.
Wait, are we in trouble? Is that what happened?
I feel like we are.
Yes,
in trouble. I don't
we're in
know.
trouble.
I feel like we're punished.
Just to
Um,
clarify
I was
it,
like,
we're all
why
in trouble.
wouldn't
Yeah.
we be in trouble?
We left on an
Of course
unsanctioned
we are.
Because
mission
we were-
without permission.
Just
We're in trouble.
following orders and of the letters, and
we were tricked.
I don't know.
No,
We
there
were.
was no orders. We were tricked.
You
We
just
were
hear
the
Splata
foolish.
very
Yeah,
softly
but-
say, Team Moonshadow, please retire to your room unless the headmaster calls for you.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I think that would be. What is the best? Let's do that. I'm gonna stop and get some blood on the way, though.
I'm gonna go talk to my two potential partners.
I mean, one is here. Actually, neither of them are here currently at the moment.
Yeah.
One is out in the city, most you know of, and the other one, most of the other first year teams are all gone. They were all invited to the wedding. They're in Zanzos.
Yeah, they're still out with Zanzo, so pretty much I'm waiting until somebody comes back to get beat the hell out of.
Why are they so?
A wedding.
It's only been 2 days
Oh,
since
it's
then.
happening right now.
It's been 2 days since the wedding actually finished.
I'm about to say, since it's finished, I thought it was happening in 2 days. So quite
it
literally,
happened in
we
2
are on
days,
the
it took
dawn
us
of the
4
wedding.
days. No,
Then
we've been
you
gone
missed your
4
girlfriend's
days.
wedding.
The wedding
Wait,
happened
wait.
in 2 days. From the moment we got the paperwork to go, or the letter, it's been 2 days. The wedding was to take place in 2 days. We've been gone 4.
So we are 2 days after the wedding. So everyone is still
Exactly.
probably in the reception because royal weddings last like a freaking week.
Yeah,
Okay.
they do.
To come late.
No. No.
extra fashionably late.
To preserve your life, I would advise against that.
I'm just saying. I like a party.
Yeah, but say Ruin's already done headed out toward the room.
Yeah. I am keeping a good distance from me and everyone else. But I'm heading back to the room.
Hey, did they teleport Shoki back?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna take Shoki to the barn and go back to my room.
I'm gonna ask somebody to drop off a letter to Henry, and then go back to my room.
I want to pick up a lot of blood first, though.
Okay. Easy enough for you to do. Especially as the school is really empty right now.
I might make a couple trips.
That's great. All right. So as you get out there and you make trips and you kind of walk around the grounds, it feels real odd that the school is empty as shit. But, I mean, you're here for what it means. So as you all sit there, kind of trying to contemplate what's going on.
I'm saying there's no complaint for Ruin. He knows what he's done.
Yeah.
Just waiting to receive discipline.
I'm gonna make Margot do birthday suicides.
Gonna make Marco go do suicides.
Yep.
That's torture.
No, it's not.
This bird
She can stop whenever she wants, but if she wants to be better, she's got to train herself, and that's exactly what I'm gonna tell her.
Right. Okay, Miss Coach Card.
Of her own free will. She doesn't have to. Did you get that?
Oh yeah, that you got them down?
You did that. I
Oh, yeah.
remember you got that.
So with that, you guys are sitting there, and about an hour passes by. Second hour passes by with you all sitting in the room. Third hour passes by with you all sitting in the room.
I'm gonna study, I guess. I mean, hopefully I'm not expelled.
Did Margaret
Ruin,
do them
I'll
suicide?
say at that point, yeah, Ruin's been. If it's been that long, I think Ruin's already had started sketching in his book.
All right.
No, I can't sleep. Shit.
I'm just gonna be curled up in the corner of my bed as far away from everyone as I can be.
But he's still gonna be kind of close to Naomi, so if she wakes up or anything, at least he's there.
Oh, and Naomi's here.
Yeah, listen,
I'm gonna-
Ruin was the last
I'm gonna-
person she saw.
I think Tala would actually be sitting outside the door.
All right. You notice there aren't any guards. There aren't any guards around your room specifically. School is fairly empty, other than the normal guards. It's just people chilling. All right.
Oh. Successful mission or
There was no success in that.
There was no mission, Wanda.
I mean we're all alive. That's kind of successful, I would say. We did something right.
We went AWOL and came back.
Yes.
That's exactly what happened.
We were pieces of bait in an expertly laid trap. We were played better than you performed with Scanlan's help at the games. Sabrina Jade knew exactly what to say to get us to dance to her tune. And all we ended up doing was hurting people we cared about.
Well, I cannot argue with you there.
Only
And
silver
I will
lining-
certainly
Oh no, go ahead, finish.
take the compliment. But, I mean... Yes, we were pawns in someone else's game, but... I mean, look, we are still on the board to play another day. That's
Can
got to mean something, no?
can I say that we weren't ever okay, so I'm just gonna tell them what happened, what she told me, what Sabrina told me.
Okay.
So, if you put it like that, Luna.
She went there to go. You guys remember, right?
Yeah, but she meant for us to be protected. She meant to protect
Okay,
us,
good.
not cause us any harm. And
Yeah,
about the Baba Yaga
And
coming
so
and
Celine,
it,
Sia was supposed to be a gift. Hold on. Okay.
I guess
What
well,
were you about to say? I'm sorry.
no. I was just agreeing with you, like how you said it. It's just doing a quick recap as well, trying to help you if you needed it.
Yeah. Thank you.
So all in all, the whole reason we went was because Sabrina didn't want us to be attacked by the Baba Yaga in case we were being targeted. She brought back Miss Sia to give as a gift for Sprada. The only reason she took us because we tend to get into stuff a lot. Makes sense. Only other silver lining I think to this is we got Naomi back.
So technically, Sia was gonna die anyways. I hate to say that. I am really, really sorry. But at least we were all together to try and stop it from happening. At least we know what happened. You know what I mean? Nobody else died, thankfully.
Also,
Just
Naomi,
those who were supposed to be.
and also you're right. Naomi is back. So like, really, our team won and grew by +1, right?
Kind of. We
Got a
don't know how
teammate
long we're
back.
gonna
Yay!
have this. We don't know how long this Naomi's gonna be back. For all we know, she gets struck in the head, she'll revert to one of the 4 Naomis that are there.
You are right, but
First thing we gotta do is record her when she wakes up.
oh, for sure, we must take records. Records.
So we can show her and her not attack
Let's
us when we're like, hey, look, this is how you are. We
Mhm.
know you from this. We have
No,
proof.
Oh, perhaps we could get a portrait. That would be cool.
Just in case. Her name is Dementia.
no, her new name was Dominica.
Not dementia.
That's fine.
No, there was no. Her other name.
Was
Dementia.
Dominica.
Dementia.
Holy shit!
That's
Is that her
dementia.
name? Oh my god, Ace. That's fucked up.
No, she had another name, not Dominica. She had another name that was Dementia, or basically dementia.
It was
You mean
Dementia. Yeah,
Belladonna?
that's the imp.
No, because
How did
The
that
one-
happen?
it was
it
Dominica
was the one you
Sidonis.
The one from the guy who had the tattoo. The guy who had the tattoo knew her as Dementia.
Foreshadowing all along.
That was
Actually,
Dominica.
I have all of her aliases written down.
You
so
know,
I
as-
which ones.
It's said as Dominica, but that's what he knew her as because that was the name that she went by as a pirate captain. So that's what he was familiar with her from. He didn't know the Naomi Song persona or the Belladonna Riddle Payne persona.
Exactly.
Oh, there was a Dementia though. I swear to God.
For
Am
this
I tripping?
No,
I
unless
think
you're
more
mixing
than-
her last name and her new name and her last name together because it was Sidonis, Dominica Sidonis. Unless
Correct.
you're combining them.
No,
way I
I
can see that
swear it was
happening.
Dementia.
I might have been saying it messed up or might have heard it differently, but it was always Dominica. It was never Dementia. Because that would be too on the
Okay.
nose for dementia, but funny, but I could do that. That's too punny even for me.
Shoulda. It's the Mandela effect. I'm just in a new universe. That's okay. I'm settled on that.
Don't worry, I got you. All right.
Because Hassan remembers it too, but maybe we're just influencing each other really hard.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Love my notebook.
All right. As the fourth and fifth hour kind of passes by you. All of a sudden, it's kind of a laugh as it's come around to the 6th hour. You hear a knock at the door.
They wouldn't have to knock.
Yes, yeah, Talus should be outside.
Oh,
Yeah.
just see you standing outside, Tyler, which you see Sprada walking up to the room.
So I'll just give like a quick little head bow.
To which he kind of stops and kind of squats, almost get kind of eye level and say, "How are you doing, Talu?"
Alive.
You'll come to find that some days that is more than you ever could have asked for. Thank you for all that you all done.
You mean getting your sister's eyes ripped out?
What it is?
I would painfully like to say this is the first time that one of us has lost a limb, but what is lost can be regrown. Will it be painful and uncomfortable for her? Yes. But that'll be a reminder to her that she probably shouldn't close in on someone that's holding a staff with eyes that are staring at her, wanting to kill her. If anything, it gives me something to hold over her head for a little while. At least till she gets her eyes back.
I want to do a sense motive if he's trying to make me feel better about this.
All right.
I don't think you need a sense motive to tell that.
Heavy fate.
I'm not streaming, fucker.
I know. That's what sucks.
You know what? It's just his automatic response. That's all.
It's like Pavlov's dog, man. I'm stuck.
See, 10
Like,
plus
I got to
6
make an
16.
important roll. Heavy fate.
10 plus 6 16.
All right. With that 16, you basically get it down that it's... You get the idea that while it is for the effect of trying to make you feel better, it's not so much a lie. It's more him letting you into some insight as he is smiling and kind of slightly giggling about it. As you imagine that there's probably worse things that they've been through, and that unfortunately is the least of his worries, and if anything, it's just something he's holding over his sister now.
Taro will give a very forced smile and just reply with, well, then perhaps we should also teach my team not to grab things that they don't understand. I think I am prime example of that.
Oftentimes, we can't control what happens to us, Talu. He kind of puts an arm on your shoulder, which still hasn't reverted back from Zaladar being fully formed. And while you
So
can't...
I'm still very fully armored up.
Oh, yeah. While you can't control what happens to you, you can control how you react to it. And at the end of this day, everyone that we know that should be alive is alive. All of you
I
students
feel
are
like
safe.
I feel like I don't even need a sense motive to tell me that he's referring to his mom as well.
Oh, yeah. Easily can tell that seems to be a part of it. As you can see a bit of watering of his eyes. You students are safe, and that was my goal to begin with. So the mission
Can I
was
give this
successful.
man a hug, bro?
You're in the room.
I'm gonna
I'm
give
just
this
gonna
man a hug.
I'm just gonna look at him like she was a wonder to meet.
Thankfully, you are not the first to say that. But yes, she was an amazing woman.
I'm gonna give this man a hug.
She wouldn't have allowed us to save her.
Sadly, I know that.
He's gonna kind of lower his head and then look up like, your whole family's stubborn, aren't they?
Beyond belief, Tyler. I don't know if it's our elven blood or our human heritage or how my parents even conceived the two of us, because they are the two most stubborn and determined people that I've known.
Have you looked in a mirror?
To which all of you then hear laughter outside of the room as Sprada is hold on laughing.
After a second, I was just like, I imagine you have news for us.
I do, Talu. You should come inside with the rest.
Right. And then Talo opened the door and kind of like a welcoming a guest in.
To which Sprada comes walking in, bruised and bloodied, but whole. Team Moonshadow, almost all reunited again.
Almost. This Ruin just looks down at Naomi.
First things first, thank you all. I realize that the only reason you were in that position because you believe that you were helping me and Celine. And for that, I am immensely thankful. Loyalty is one of the rarest traits in this world, and to know that if I asked for your help, you would give it willingly, despite any ramifications, means a lot to me. But know that I would never ask you anything of that of you at all, because you are still students. You still have a very bright future ahead of you, and I would never purposely put you in any danger. So I'm sure there are many questions and there's things to clarify. I was informed that you all had become guests of Pirate Cove.
Well, apparently we have. There was a bunch of new information, at least for me, because I left after speaking with your mother and finding Naomi. I left to go find Naomi.
I did make an attempt to allow the headmaster know that we were gone.
He did make me aware of that, which helped confirm the information, because once I received the notice from Sabrina, I double-checked here at Aegis that Team Moonshadow was still here, even though you were not at the wedding in Zanzos. I assumed that maybe some sickness had come down with you all, and you merely had not made the trip. It was confirmed for me that you all had taken off, and that the headmaster was attempting to verify that information. I feel that I owe you all an apology for being caught in the middle of all this and being used.
Say, what for? I mean, it seemed like we were used after the other information we found out.
Used in more in the way that protecting you means that I would have owed Sabrina Jade a favor, and she wanted to be free of my control under Tenebris. Even going to these extreme lengths. I do want to make it clear that in retrospect of her actions, I did release her from it, under the agreement that she would not come after Team Moonshadow in the future. So while you may not count her as an ally, you definitely can say that she is not your enemy.
Okay, so we got a neutral standing with her. Got it.
Don't mean to sound crass, Commander General. She not so subtly threatened the fact that our families are easy targets.
She did, though I can't say that that's true. She just has knowledge of them. But with that being the case, if she is to make an enemy of you, she would make an enemy of me. And while Sabrina is many things, stupid is not one of them. She understands that with my resources, becoming my enemy means that I would burn Pirate Cove to the ground.
If I may, Commander.
Mm-hmm. Of course, Tyler.
And I was going to turn this in. It was more of a reassurance that we wouldn't try anything stupid while we were under her protection, knowing we don't trust her.
That's also very true. She learned at the right hand of my father about having leverage against anyone that you deal with. Mm-hmm. But for what it counts, she was very impressed with the way that you all reacted to the Baba Yaga. You see his face kind of curl up when he says it.
At that point, I'm like, Rowan's gonna be like, I keep hearing it over and over again.
What was that?
Something my grandfather once fought one-on-one, apparently. Or at least I remember what he told me when I was young. It's the only being I think he ever said he was afraid of.
I would say that's with good reason from what I've just seen. It's been quite a long time since I felt that someone was toying with me in combat. And I feel that if that creature had wanted to truly harm me, he could have done so.
He didn't seem to want to kill anybody after. But his armor, when he grabbed me, it started looking very much like my own.
It did shift. I noticed that.
Wasn't the only shift. And he's gonna look over at Luna.
Do I notice that?
Talu's not hiding it at all. You will
Shift.
feel
Okay.
his eyes at you.
It's like Ruin's literally like, what do you mean shift?
Yeah, that's what I'm like narrowing my eyes and like shrugging my shoulders like, what do you mean, dude?
I don't think you're aware of it, but Asmodeus' rune was on your forehead.
I just touched my forehead. What?
Nothing's there right now.
I don't see anything there, Talu. Then
No,
again, I wasn't
when
really
she
there.
was... you weren't there, Rune. It was when she was trying to get everybody to stop fighting.
When I asked what he wanted?
Yes. You wanted everybody to calm down. You had your hands up. And then on your head was the sign.
Can I think back to that moment and remember what I might have been feeling?
I would say if you think about the moment that they're talking about, you remember feeling very... The oddest thing is that you felt very confident that you would be heard, is what you wanted, and people listened to you.
Do I know? Can I know if that was a feeling that I'm not usually used to feeling?
I would say it comes and go, but in that moment you felt that all eyes were on you and they were listening.
Okay.
You
Well,
wanted
that's all I'd
everybody to
know.
listen and stop, and they did.
I just... Okay. I don't know what to say about it. It's not like I meant to. What does it mean? And I'm looking at Selena. No, wait, who's this? This is not Selena. This is the headmaster.
It's
No,
Sprada.
Sprada.
Yeah, this is Sprada.
Okay. All right, then. I'm looking at him and asking him what it means.
Just shrugs his shoulders, says, I don't have the slightest clue. I'd ask Celine, but she's not in the best of moods at the moment.
I mean, I wouldn't be either after.
My apprentice took my eyes out? Yeah.
I painfully wish that I could say that that is the worst that's happened to us, but it's not.
So what other limbs have you lost? Definitely Talu trying to get more dirt.
Well, at one point I did technically lose my left ear, which kind of wiggles his ear. And I lost fingers on my left hand. Not really the best with my left side, even though I'm left-handed. And you see him wiggle his fingers.
Huh. They're not like, grow back body.
I mean, regrowth is painful, but I happen to know possibly one of the best clerics that's ever walked the earth. And kind of as my friend and godmother, she kind of feels obligated to make sure that we're okay.
Ooh,
Well,
is it the lady at the temple?
Yes, Matron Hart, definitely.
Yes.
High Cleric of Serenray, very much so. She's going to complain about it, but she also is very, very, very skilled in her craft of healing, including regeneration. And it's going to hurt. She's going to cry and complain, but it means that she can't harass me for a couple of days. And you know what? That's worth its weight in gold.
we might need your cleric once your niece gets a hold of, and then he's gonna motion over to Ruin.
Yes, about that. I was to deliver a message to you if I was to see you before her.
Okay. What am I getting broken or chopped?
She just said to run.
Me run. That's not one of the best things I do. So
You can fly. You can fly.
I guess I'll see you on the other side.
I'm sure given time that she will be quite fine. She was just upset that you all weren't
Safer.
there. I assure you that after she understands why you weren't there, that she'll be much more understanding.
Everyone's gonna chuckle a little bit. It's like, yeah, that's gonna be after I get hurt. Okay.
Yeah, you should still be safe, bro. Be safe.
I'm sure that it'll be quite fine overall.
Still confined this room.
Okay, so I got how many days until she gets back?
Bruh.
At best.
I would say, depending on what they tend to do for the reception and time, better part of a week.
Okay, then I got a week's worth of planning. I already have my will and testament
Question.
already written out. I don't have to worry about that.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. You said something, then you kind of like cut out.
I heard question, and that was it.
I swear.
It's gotta be the mic, bro.
I mean, it is a janky mic that's been through some things.
But it's picking you up. But
No,
it's
it doesn't always pick up
Hassan.
Hassan.
Okay.
It definitely did not always
I'm-
pick up Hassan earlier.
I'm just gonna talk like this, alright?
Like that from the back.
All right, partner, go
You
ahead.
got the route.
Talk like this. Are you saying that's how I talk?
No, I'm saying you should try that.
Oh, no, I'm not gonna talk like that.
No, you don't
No,
talk like
shh,
you're talking
anyways,
like that.
shh, anyways, please. Can I? Thank you. My 2 questions are.
Go ahead.
Oh wait, what were my 2 questions? Oh, was my letter sent off? And are we? I asked this directly to him. Are we still confined to this area,
To our rooms.
to our rooms?
The first one, yes, your letter was taken by a guard. As for the second one, Sprada kind of looks at you. It has been asked that you do stay to the school for the meantime, but you have full run of the school while everyone is gone. And you're not restrained to just your rooms.
Thank
Okay.
you.
That's good.
And what's to be done of our nearly recovered teammate?
I would probably suggest taking her to the infirmary so that way she could be rested and looked after. Though I can also understand if you wish to stay with her.
No, I don't think that's an issue for myself.
That's terrible. Totally bad.
Okay. Well, then
No,
I
this
guess
is
I'll
an
take-
in-character. This is an in-character reason.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, at that point, Ruin be like, okay, then I guess I'll take her to the infirmary if it makes you feel better, Talu.
I'm not sure my comfort matters, but I think it should be a team decision.
Like poopies.
As
Because
nice
what
as it would
Sprada
be to
says
see
is
her,
true. Go ahead, Sin.
as nice as it would be to see her when she first wakes up, right now I don't think it's safe for anyone to be around me as I kind of wave the staff around.
Hey, put Mr. Staff down. Or at
Which
least
the
don't
staff
wave him.
does look around when the eyes move around. All the eyes kind of like look around.
I've tried. I can't put it down.
Well, then don't swing him willy-nilly.
I wasn't shaking it wildly. I was just kind of wiggling it back and forth a little bit.
Oh, imagine if one of us walked up to that.
That's why I'm over here, as far away as possible.
Which is also true.
Like, there's easily 10 feet between me and the closest person.
Oh yeah, you're all the way in the corner, like of the far side of the room, away from everyone.
All right. Well,
Because
then,
why?
Because
Celine, eyeballs. Stick,
Yeah,
hit her.
Master Celine was completely justified in her anger towards me, but the staff decided that it didn't like me being threatened and ripped my master's eyes from her head.
Does you feel dangerous right now?
Not
Is that what you
necessarily
mean?
me. What I'm holding has no problem ripping eyes from skulls, and I don't like being labeled as a murderer for aggression and an outburst of emotions from the tournament. Now I could be labeled as somebody who just likes to enjoy ripping out eyes as well. It's not something I want to be known as.
All right, well,
You're
either
still
way,
holding it?
I guess
can't
I'm gonna
put it down.
Ooh.
Why
I'm
can't
moving
you
Naomi.
put it in the bag though? Why can't you
It
put it in
doesn't
the bag?
want to go in the bag.
He's tried it. Trust me, I've seen it.
Damn. How rude. How rude of that staff.
Yeah. Rude
When you
staff.
say how rude,
Yeah.
you see it like looks
Not
at you.
righteous.
All right, that's
Rehire.
between you and Mr. Staff, not me. I'm
Mhm.
gonna go pick up Naomi, and I'm just gonna take her to the infirmary. I was like, I'll take her to the infirmary, and I'll watch after her. If you need me, you know how to get a hold of me.
Say hi for me when she wakes up.
I'll proceed to pick her up, and good seeing you, though, Commander. We're gonna do a little bow as he goes past him out the door to the infirmary.
He actually does a salute to you, his hand over his chest, over his heart.
I would if I could, but I'm holding somebody.
And with that, as you continue on, Sprotta kind of smiles at the rest of you. So, I'd like to officially say you've officially passed the limit of being more problem than Obsidian Jade in their first year.
If I
He
heard,
said-
can I hear that? Please tell me I heard that.
I would say you could hear it clearly as there's no sound around.
You'd hear a woo from Ruin as he's walking down the hallway.
I'm gonna look to Talo and be like, the one record we tried not to break, and we broke it.
Yeah, we didn't try very hard.
Okay, can you say what he said? I didn't hear. Celine and Jade, or
No,
Obsidian
Team
Jade.
Obsidian Jade.
Mm-hmm.
Sirius
Obsidian
team.
Jade.
Jade.
Okay, who is that?
Sirius
Sirius
team.
team.
Sirius team, you said?
Yep, that basically you guys got into more shenanigans than they did.
Gang gang.
Ah, gang.
Thank you.
Ye-
Say he's not going to be happy that we broke his record.
It was hard work, but hey, we did it.
Me and hard work.
I don't know, man. I feel like we should get credit for something.
For almost dying many times? Sure.
I'm saying almost dying.
Whatever.
Everything. We kind of just survived the train wreck.
Well, I can't say I've died. I'm talking for myself.
Ditto.
Hey, I'm gonna go into second year with as much.
I feel like they're throwing shade at
hype
us,
as I
Wanda.
can.
I am not throwing shade at anybody. I am simply recognizing my position and feeling empathy and compassion for you guys, and recognizing that my position is different from yours because I didn't die, and that I'm grateful and also am compassionate towards your experience. Yes, yes.
Yeah, and Wanda's at that stage in her career where all publicity is good publicity. You feel me?
Mm.
Very compassionate.
So yeah, I see this. This is an absolute win.
Kind of takes
Almost dying. So. I'm sure dying. So.
It's all right, Team Moonshadow. You earned some rest. Just kind of turns and walks out. Please try to take it.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say at that
no,
point, we're like,
seriously.
yeah, but then we wouldn't be following our teacher's teaching.
That's fair.
My example, sir.
Can I ask, were there any plants near the Pirate Cove, even like seaweed?
Plants themselves. I would say there are not so much seaweed as there's no clink. There's algae that was clinging to parts of the ships, but
Huh?
there was no seaweed as literally it was quite far from the sea floor. There wasn't any actual big trees. There were some plants and things like that on Pirate Cove that were kept there, but there were no trees or anything of that nature. It's no land.
So I could turn into a bug or something small and remember a plant that I saw like in the window or some shit.
You could attempt to try.
Okay, thank you. I need a ring so bad, and I was like, I was gonna get one, but we left.
Oh, I remember you saying. I'm looking forward to that.
You are more than welcome to try.
Get in trouble if I fail, but it's fine. I don't care. It's whatever.
But you see Sprada kind of take off and walk out. Kind of leaves you all there to sit with each other as Ruin, you take Luna into the infirmary, which...
Naomi.
Sorry, Naomi. Words. Which you see Keon Kiravan kind of sitting there, kind of like looks up.
Hello.
And you see him kind of slowly take down some type of medical journey he has, and stands up as he looks to be a kind of lightly tan-skinned human male with kind of almond eyes and a soft expression. And it says, I don't believe that we've seen this one in quite some time. Here, please sit her here.
We're going to lay her down. Yeah, she's been through a lot and finally got her back. At least her from that quite some time.
Well, I can guarantee you, Ruin, that she's going to be fine here.
She doesn't remember anything after we left for our first big mission with team, what was it, Dark Spell at the time? Or Spellbind, there we go.
That might be for the best. Oftentimes the psyche resists and refuses to allow certain memories to emerge due to trauma as a way to protect itself.
Yeah. That's neat. But that was her last memory, was when we were on that mission and we got separated. And she ended up on the mountain.
And you see him pulling up what looks to be a kind of stool to sit by, and I imagine that you're going to want to be here when she awakens.
I was the last person to see her before she fainted. So yes, I would.
Of course. It wouldn't be the first time such a person has done that. In fact, I remember Sprada used to do that for every member of his team every single time they came back from a mission and they weren't well. I would often have to ask his father or mother to drag him out of here in order to let him get some rest himself. And you see her begin to take her temperature, see that she seems to be all right, kind of give a look into her eyelids. She just seems to be resting. Her vitals seem to be well. I imagine that she would probably wake up within the hour.
All right. Well, in an hour it will be, as Rowan begins to sketch again in his book.
Easy enough to do. As twilight is descending upon Teleria, is there anything else that anyone else is doing in Teleria?
Now that our cards work, can I try and send a message to the Commander General?
Of course.
I want to ask him if there's any way that I can be rid of this diabolical staff.
And you see him kind of smile for a moment. I'm sorry, son. I don't mean to laugh and make light of your situation. It's just that the person that would be best willing to be best capable to handle that would be Celine.
Oh, she don't like it too. Well, the second best is you.
Being the apprentice and all.
Yep.
I would also probably say that Jace could be capable, but he is currently still in Zanzos. Let's say making up for our immediate excursion and us needing to leave.
And I guess I have some studying to do.
I'm sure that if you give Celine a day, she'll be able to help you tomorrow. Just be safe tonight, because I trust you enough to be safe that you don't need to be locked away.
I'm going to look like I want to say something, but I'm going to hold my tongue. Would I have been able to see the, I guess, crest on the ship where we found this?
Oh, yeah.
Then I'm definitely going to tell Sprada about the crest that I saw that was blazoned upon the ship that I found this staff in, and let him know about it.
And you just see his eyes narrow immediately when you say it. Sin, are you sure of this?
I believe it was Wanda that went and tried to find some sort of manifest in the captain's quarters that just ended up yielding, well, a fake manifest at the very least. But it was their ship, so it should still definitely have the crest on it.
Sin, could you have Wanda bring that to me? I'm in
I'll
the
send-
medical ward.
I'll pull out my card and tell Wanda, can you bring the manifest you found on the ship, the derelict ship, to Sprada in the medical ward?
Right away. I'll text him back right away, and I'll take off. I'll grab my copy that I made of that and take it. Yeah.
All right, easy enough for you to do. As you pass through the ward, you see Ruin sitting there with Naomi.
I wave as I walk by.
Hey.
And further back, as you walk back through the ward, which has enough beds for everyone in Aegis Academy, you see back in what looks to be laying on a bed with Sprada kind of sitting beside her, kind of cape and battle clothing still on. You can just hear him saying, now, understandable that it's going to be a little painful, but it's not as if you haven't given childbirth before. I think that you can handle regrowing some eyes.
He's a man. He should not be talking like that.
Wow.
But he's a brother nonetheless. He's going to throw all the shade.
And the response that you hear, while it's in Sylvan, you kind of do you speak Sylvan?
Yes, I do.
You clearly hear that I hope that you take both of those swords and shove them so far up your, and then she kind of pauses as she like can hear your footsteps. Who's there?
Quick, disguise your voice.
It is Wanda, ma'am. Or sir, whoever said that.
That was Celine, who immediately stopped mid cursing you out because she heard you.
Wanda, ma'am.
Carson's.
Yeah, she was cursing out Sprada, and then she heard you because her hearing is improved since she doesn't have her sight to compete with it.
Damn.
Oh,
I'd be like that.
that's cool. But, oh.
And Sprada gladly stands up and takes the notebook from you. Kind of takes a look through it and says, House Maris. Well, if it makes you feel any better, we have some information on the Queen's family, House Maris, and their arms trade. And you hear Jocelyn says, why would taking down someone doing illegal things in the name of the crown make me happy? You just see Sprotta kind of look at you and shrug like, I tried. I don't know.
I shrug back like, I thought it was a good.
And you just hear Celine say, I can hear that.
You can
Wow,
hear the
she-
shrugs.
You think that after knowing you all my life, I don't know what your shoulders sound like when you shrug in your armor?
Bro, that's cool. Can she hear me geeking out right now?
I mean, she can hear your tone of voice, but what you hear Sprotta just shrug again is like, I'm not sure what you're talking about, Celine. Don't you play stupid with me, Sprotta. I mean, I don't feel like I can see what you're saying. Then he just starts to laugh. And then you just see Celine kind of sit up and say, Wanda, thank you very much for bringing that evidence. Would you mind leaving us for a moment?
Of course, man. Hope you get better soon. And I will leave.
And you just hear her reach out and says, brother, take my hand. Like, of course, sister. And you just hear the sound of electricity.
Oh, man. She got you
Oh
with that.
shit!
Ah,
Oh shit! You're fried, bro.
You just hear him kind of, the fuck?
How many times has he fallen for that trick?
Probably far more than you imagine, as he's never not going to take his sister's hand.
Let's say, come on, man. You know it's just one of those, if you don't take my hand, the lightning's gonna jump from it to you.
You know what? That's fair. That's as the last thing you hear Sprotta say is that's fair.
Everyone's just sitting there like, I wonder if that's what's going to happen to me later. He keeps scribbling in his journal.
I would say from this empty hospital ward, you can clearly hear their arguments kind of carrying over and kind of see them in the distance. And now you see where Avarice gets that part of her from. You're like, okay, now this tracks. This completely tracks now.
All right, so I expect to get electrocuted. I should have. So I need to find a ward or resistance to electricity.
But with that, as you head back to your room, as Wanda's left about roughly 10 minutes later, you see Naomi begin to like open her eyes, kind of look wide-eyed at everything, kind of like start looking around.
Naomi, Ruin's just gonna kind of wave at her.
Hi, Ruin. What's happening?
You were sleeping, and I will rotate my journal, and it'll be a sketch of her sleep.
Creep.
Is it a good sketch? Because if not, then you're a creep.
I don't know. Ruin's very talented with his hands. He finished that a long time ago.
I would say roll fall under a painting check or a calligraphy check, so you can roll it.
I mean, I don't have that.
True. It's just you rolling and adding your... I'd say for this, you could add your dexterity modifier.
Oh, well then that is a 22, sir.
It's a very nice sketch. Seems very realistic. You added kind of shadows and depth to convey different lighting. But it is a very realistic sketch. If somebody saw this and looked for Naomi, they could easily be like, okay, that's the one. It doesn't have color, but it's a nice sketch.
That actually,
Then you're not a creep. Good job.
Hey.
Moral of the story, start as a good artist or you're a creep.
Yes.
Yep.
That's why
Exactly
Ruin does
how it
blueprinting for a
really is
reason.
exactly how it works.
Paint him as one of your French girls.
Done
Better
and
stick to abstract if you ain't got hands like that.
All right. With that, she kind of just looks at you like, where's everybody else?
everyone's back in the room. They suggested to bring you here to the medical ward.
And then you hear a loud rumble, which you realize is from her stomach. She's like, I'm so hungry.
That can easily be fixed.
And you see Dakota like sit up for a moment, kind of like squint at the bright light for a moment, kind of eyes adjust.
I must say, I know I have field rations on me at hand, but is there like any fruit bowls or something around?
In the medical ward, not at all.
Okay. At that point, I was like, I will go ahead and bring you something. The doc will probably check on you in a second. He's around. I'll probably, if I see him, I'll wave him down that Naomi's awake.
Which, when you look up, you see that he's already walking over.
He's like, so I will return with something for you to eat then.
And you just see him say, all right, if you can open your mouth and stick your tongue out for me, as he puts a wooden spoon on his, all right. All right, open your eyes wide. This will be a little bright. And you see him cast a light spell on like his hand, an object in his hand, and kind of hold it up to kind of like look through her eyes, kind of see her pupils dilate. Kind of like checks her shoulders and neck to see if there's any like damage or wounds or head trauma. But after a few minutes, he says that she's perfectly fine to continue on.
No. But I guess I don't have to go anywhere. I can take you, or we can just head over to the cafeteria then.
And you just see her say, okay, so what did I miss? What's...
I can fill you in on bits and pieces along the way. But it was pretty fun. You had a new dress. I forgot had. I'll explain the whole portal and you losing all your stuff in a minute.
Which works out, and she listens very attentively, gasping at certain parts, like, especially about the idea like you and Avarice and the teams changing around and the contest and everything that you tell her, she seems to absorb it up.
Yeah, I will leave some information out.
Very much so. The G-rated version.
Yes. Like, I'll leave out her aliases and stuff like that.
A lie door?
No, I'm just leaving it out. I'm withholding that. I'm not going to tell her that in case it triggers something. Think about that.
Because
Somebody
she's
who's woken up
recovering?
from a...
Might be breaking out somebody's trauma.
I'm
do
just
that.
saying, omitting truth is also a lie, so it just depends
I
on
would
how
say
long.
That is true, whatever it is.
In this case, I'm willing to extend that this is a compartmentalization of information strategically. However, Alex is correct. A lie of omission is still a lie.
Yeah, either way, it's still. I need to withhold this information. Last thing I need is for her to wake up and like Ukatoa this shit. I'm gonna fucking blast you.
But yeah,
Because I know a bunch of other shit that I really don't want her to know yet.
she does seem to walk along, which even though she's still in like the black leather pants and the heels, she seems to be able to walk comfortably in them. And doesn't seem to like notice that she's talking.
And that getup is new. Normally you're wearing like little frilly dresses and stuff. I guess you changed armor somewhere along the lines of when we lost you.
She's like, yeah, this is kind of she kind of like runs her hands like down her like leather pants, like these are kind of tight.
Yes. Look back forward and keep talking about the other stuff. I don't know if you have clothing or anything, but it's too late to go out and get you anything.
Very true. But you enter the cafeteria, and of course the cafeteria seems to be quite fine and quite empty for the most part. But you can get whatever food you would like, which she gladly begins to grab some fruit and salad and some roasted turkey, it looks like. A roasted honey turkey glaze.
That's pretty neat. You get to take that, sit down, continue explaining more and more about everything that's happened. And then talk about the Asmodeus coming down and smashing up the buildings on the dock.
Which she seems a little disturbed by that.
It's like, I'm gonna say, hey, he came in, he showed up, he smashed stuff up, and apparently Luna had this big old thing on her forehead with a demonic sign, and demons were flying out.
It's like, that's not like a Tiefling thing, right? That's just, it was a Luna thing?
No, I don't think it's a Tiefling thing. I think it's whenever, you remember when we were in Tempest's magnificent mansion?
Yeah.
When I got trapped inside and you know how you were trying to fight, we were all trying to get Asmodeus off of Talu.
Yeah.
She gave her name to him at that point, so I think it kind of stuck. Or gave him a doorway of some sort. I don't really know. Not good with this stuff. But that's the only thing I can think of, because I know I didn't give him my name. You didn't. Neither did anyone else. But she's the only one that had it pop out of her head. I know. Yeah, that's because Talu was there.
And you just hear her suddenly say, I don't think that... Would Luna make a binding contract with the Lord of Hells?
I don't know, but it's possible for all I know. We've done worse.
She just kind of looks at you like, we've done worse?
I mean, think about it. If she just made a contract with that, that's not including what happened at the contest. Rowan lets out a sigh. He'll look back at his wrist for a moment and like shake his head, and then he'll continue on.
Wait, what happened at the contest?
Rowan will tap down the table. He goes, at the contest, there was 4 fatalities. And one was of my own doing. I was the first to cause one in apparently decades. We were fighting Team Ruby. I had just gotten sniped, or I was shot by Ruby with, I guess, a sniper rifle of some sort. I have no idea what it was. Her weapon just protruded bullets, and it struck me. I got angry because of how much it hurt. I charged her. I rendered her unconscious. I was fighting Blake and Weiss simultaneously as I knocked out Ruby. And when I was fending them off, I hit Weiss in a fatal area, taking her life.
It just kind of stares at you like mid-bite, like you...
I tried to make amends. I apologized. With Talu's help, we managed to attempt a resurrection. So we called in a few favors that I had with the Crown Prince of Heartstone, and we tried to get Lady Pike, resurrect her, and it failed.
He just kind of looks at you like, you killed one of our classmates?
Sadly, yes. Since then, I have not taken a life except for somebody that's been a true enemy. Anyone and everyone I fought since that day, I don't swing with the blade to end them. And I wear, as Ruin lifts his hand to show her, I wear this as a reminder.
And you just see
To
her
always stay my blade.
softly crying. Who else died?
3 members of Team Dark Shadow. Luna, Crush, Tang, and what was the other guy's name? I couldn't remember. I really can't remember who the other guy's name is. I know I had it down.
Tang and Frug?
Yeah, Frug. There you go. Tang and Frug. She turned into an elephant when she was being restrained and squashed both of them. Sin. Later, Luna was put into a chokehold and elevated, so Sin, feeling that she was threatened, squashed Ladfo's head with a stone discus. He didn't look to be in a right state of mind when he attacked. All of the members that had been failed have been brought back, minus White.
I understand. I'm so sorry, Ruin.
It's not your fault. I've tried to do better since the time I hurt you and Artemis, and I messed up again. Since then, I've refused to let myself Heard anyone like that again.
She just kind of reaches over and tucks your hands like you did what you had to do. That's all.
Bruno will let it aside and he'll be like, but I guess the only good thing from that was our team actually won. Horrible way to win, but we did win. And the team members of dark spells that were lost are now, as Ron looks around, there's nobody here, are now at the Temple of Iman. Right?
Temple of Sarenrae.
Temple of Sarenrae. The Temple of Sarenrae. They work there now. Because it's apparently against Drow society and law for them to be brought back to life being male. So they've been outcast.
Oh, that's sexist.
Yeah. And I'll tell her about the island, I guess, the incident on the island there. And there was a second incident we had on the island when we went to train for Talu.
Mhm.
And in that process, Zayak, Adam, Zazunik, and Sin all perished on the island.
We just keep getting people killed.
We went on a training mission and we were attacked by a team known as Tenebris.
You see her like twinge for a moment when you say it and like close her eyes.
Everyone's like, oops, too much information. Wrong word. He's waiting to see what she does from that point.
Just kind of breathes for a moment, just like
Are you okay?
I'm just sorry that I wasn't here to help.
It's not your fault. You went to go look for Tempest. And when we came back, I thought we'd reconvene again, but you seem to have disappeared. And I searched for you for quite a while in between everything that was going on in classes.
All right.
And then finally found you when we were on Pirate Island.
Well, at least you kept your word and you found me. We'll make a prince out of you yet, Rowan.
If Avarice doesn't kill me first.
No, she might. She might.
I was like, she might, especially since she takes after her mother so well and likes to be physically vengeful. That's not acting her dad. Bro, let's let a sigh.
Well, I think that you will be okay. Or at least I hope that you'll be okay, because, I mean, she's not gonna, like, really kill you, right? Right?
I mean, it's Avarice. That's like, so we'll see, because, I mean, Drow society is a whole lot different than up here.
All right. Well, I fully believe in you. With that, headed back to the room for you all. Is there anything you all would like to do before the end of the night?
I'm actually heading to the library to try and figure out what the heck is in my hand that I can't put down.
All right. Which, going about the library, you can search around. You can make an intelligence check at advantage using the library.
All right. So that is grand total of an 18 plus 3 for a 21.
With that, you kind of look around and try to find out what it is, but you can't get any word on it. Though the librarian does seem to watch the eyes also watch her. Though she doesn't say anything about it, but you can see they seem to be in a staring contest. But
If
while
I
you're
notice
there,
them,
all of a sudden you notice the eyes kind of snap and like look off to a direction, and you see them slowly seem to be tracking something you don't see.
can I try and close my eyes and do that thing again where I can see what they're seeing?
Make a will save.
Okay. 8 plus 10 for 18.
With the 18, you try it and nothing seems to happen. You look back up and it's I'm not sure. There's nobody really around to compare anything to, but instead of staring at the staff, you see that in the librarian is just kind of sitting behind the desk looking at a book or some type of report or scroll.
I bet he could ask the staff.
And you see her all of a sudden set up and says, "It's 5 minutes to the closing of the library. Make sure that you finish up." Which is shocking to you because you would have swore you had like at least 2.5 hours here.
If I check the time, what it is actually 5 minutes till closing time?
It is. It's about 5 minutes till 9 o'clock. You came in here around 6.
As I'm leaving, I'm going to ask her if she can find anything on binding elementals, or if she has anything that I'm able to read about binding elementals.
Elemental binding. That is. It's a wide and vast subject. What type of elemental are you trying to bind? Because that would determine how you try to bind it.
I know my abilities are better for ice elementals and fire elementals. At least that's what I've attempted so far.
Okay. Well, I will see what I can find for you, young team leader.
Thank you.
Do what you see your guy Zach kind of back there give like a quick little thumbs up, like yeah.
I'll just give Zachary a nice forced smile and a head nod, and I'll start heading out.
Easy enough for you to do. Feel a bit stiff as if your legs have been asleep, but get the blood flowing and you easily make it back. Ruin, if you all are done speaking, see that Naomi kind of tells she wants to rest and kind of head back to the room.
Yeah, let's say Rowan would have been walking back with her. He goes, I guess we can see about getting you more attire tomorrow or something.
And she kind of
just not wearing that.
She kind of pauses for a moment. Was like, I mean, I kind of like it.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Kind of strikes a
pose. You want to wear
pose.
other stuff aside from just your, I guess, padded armor.
Could be. I guess that's not a bad idea. Ooh, I can't wait to think what. I can't wait to see what she thinks. And you see her kind of rush into the room, looking around.
As soon as she rushes in the room, Rowan will be in right after Artemis isn't here.
But you see her staring at the bed that Artemis normally laid in, all the way to the far side. That's been empty and well folded.
Am I in the room?
Yeah, you see Naomi come bursting in, kind of like looking to where Artemis would normally be, and then kind of taking in everybody else, wearing this black leather pants, black heels with a kind of sleeveless, kind of strapless black blouse that straps up around the neck and then drips down and is backless.
Man, what is her reaction when she sees me in my armor?
Me?
Seems to be taking everything in.
Yeah, so that'd be like
the
one thing Rowan would say after he walks in. She's not here, or Naomi.
Sin, make a will save.
Will saves. 17 plus 10 for 27.
I forgot to tell you at disadvantage because it's the staff.
Of course. And that other one is a 4, so 14 total.
Oh. Well, yes. All of a sudden, you feel the staff vibrate and rip free from your hand and rush towards Naomi. And her hand just shoots out and catches it in the air. She looks shocked that she did, like, ah!
Ruin's literally gonna like put up a defensive stance. It's like, don't hit anybody with that thing.
Like, what? I didn't mean to grab it. I'm sorry. Look, she kind of like reaches out to says, like, you can have it back. I didn't mean to.
No, this is no.
I go, this
It's
is the
meant for
second
you.
time. I would say, yeah, Ruin's gonna be like, this is the second time a magical weapon has attached itself to you.
I don't. But
Likes you.
you see, it's kind of like looking at everybody, kind of say, okay, I guess.
I mean, remember Talon, the knife? He really liked you.
Oh yeah.
And
that's
Mr.
how I-
Staff here probably likes you as well.
Mr.
Oh,
Staff.
yeah, that's-
I don't know what his
Yeah.
name is. He just blinks a lot.
Also, that reminds me, and I'm gonna pull out her dress. And Wanda has her tiara, I think.
Oh, I do. I
Oh,
do.
you
yeah.
do? It didn't get freaking sucked through a portal?
No, they held on to it.
Oh, okay. Well, then look, Ruin be like, okay, I guess you didn't lose all your clothing.
She kind of looks at it nicely.
It's the princess dress that we got from
Santos?
Avarice.
Okay,
Mhm.
then that one will stretch to you. Ruin will say that, and that's it.
But she kind of looks at it and looks nicely. And you noticed that when she went to grab the dress, that she let go of the staff, and the staff is just standing there up on its own in the middle of the room.
Mr.
Nice.
Staff, you do creep me out.
And you see the eyes just kind of shift and kind of look at you.
It's like, what? What? You got something to say?
Do not stare
Blink
at him.
twice for yes or blink once for no.
You just see it slowly blinks like it normally does, and the eyes all blink in random succession.
Nah.
Ruin, do not stare him directly in the eyes.
No, I think it's kind of cool.
How many eyes does he have?
The staff,
I would have counted them by now.
if
That's
you
a
take
little
a
too-
good count, there are 12 total
Yeah,
Is
was
it on
10.
the staff or in the air floating around?
on the staff, as in like wooded knot and bowls in it. You could put your hand over one, but they're all the size of a normal eye and in different colors.
And two of those eyes are Celine's eyes.
2 of those are opaque silver eyes, just like Celine Sindel.
That's nice. That's nice.
It's gnarly.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's kind of cool. I mean, you took Celine's eyes, and that wasn't very cool, but like the concept, I think, is a pretty cool. A staff with
I
eyes.
would like once again to state that I did not choose to do that.
I'm
It's
back.
okay.
What I miss?
For the most part, Naomi is sitting in the room now, and the staff came back to her, but now it's just floating in the air, sitting next to her while she's looking at her dress.
Because we gave her the dress that Avarice gave us for her and the tiara. Are you bringing the tiara
Of
out?
course, I present it
Yeah.
to her like she's a princess.
A princess. Because you're a princess.
She is a princess.
All right. Easy enough, and she kind of re-puts the tiara on. It's like, this feels right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it looks right.
You look
Oh,
very
it's
pretty.
so
And then Ruin will bow and just head off.
Hell yeah.
Do the- what is it? One of
Very
the
much.
proper courteous
yeah.
bows that he
Mhm.
learned.
Which comes through very nicely. And she just kind of smiles like, thank you. I'm
You'll
sorry.
have to thank Avarice.
Sorry.
It's okay. For what?
You are sorry.
For what?
Ruin told me you guys have been through so much, and I wasn't here, and then I was somewhere, and I was doing things, and now this thing kind of hurt. You see her kind of like swing her hand down, like hit the staff, and like the staff kind of like flutters in the air, and the eyes kind of look at her and turn black, like the fuck.
It's okay, Mr.
Well,
Staff.
it
It
was
was
an
an accident.
It was an accident. It was an accident.
Let us be very calm about hitting the staff that takes eyes. That's cool,
It was an accident, right? Right?
right?
Yeah,
Right, Naomi?
yeah,
Accident?
of course. I didn't. I'm
So
sorry,
you're sorry.
Mr. Staff.
There you
I
go.
didn't mean all of that.
There you
Kind
go.
of blinks and the eyes go from black to white again.
I'm gonna say I'm glad you weren't here. It was a lot, and maybe you shouldn't have to endure that trauma with us. You were dealing with your own things. That's okay.
Clearly, yes. You had a lot going on.
Yeah.
At least you're a lot stronger now than you were before. At least last I remember.
I am.
You should be. I mean, so much time has passed. I guess you should have like buffed up as everyone just kind of like does a flex, like since we haven't been around you. I mean,
Sure.
you probably gained some experience or new
Oh.
powers while you were away.
But
We
I
don't
don't
know 'cause
know
we weren't
any
with
of
you.
that stuff.
You can still fly, right?
Yeah, kinda, barely.
And you can do your camouflage thingy.
Yeah, I could do that. And you see her kind of like fade from sight.
Everyone's like, okay, wait. Last time I grabbed her and I wasn't supposed to. Everyone's crossing his arms. He goes, if you want, we can go out there. You can test something.
She's like, I might, but I'm tired.
Okay, then we take a nap. We can do that tomorrow whenever we go out clothes shopping for you, or if we can. We
Okay.
have more attire than just the dress and your leathers.
All right. With that, she kind of yawns and kind of like just slowly floats herself into bed, kind of slowly falling into it and just curling up on it with her pillow. Almost like she never left. You do see that the staff is floating next to her.
All right, Mr. Staff. Just cover her with a blanket. Everyone covers her with a blanket.
You do see the
Stuck
staff
in.
like maybe 5 or 6 eyeballs stare at you as you move closer and cover her with a blanket. And
How asleep is she at the moment?
she
Is she like out cold or is she
she
getting there?
seems to be out cold. Seems like she hit the bed and like immediately passed out. Whether it's from the comfort, exhaustion, familiarity, but it seems like it all just hit her at once.
I'm probably gonna. At some point, I think I'm probably gonna head to the headmaster's room.
All right.
I'm gonna say if he left after I covered Naomi, I'd probably go with him.
In all honesty, I probably would have gone before, like.
And then I would go.
to the room.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I probably would have gone afterwards, after putting her to sleep. That way the paperwork's done.
All right. So Tyler, you'd easily be able to find yourself there a few hours beforehand. I'd say about an hour beforehand, give or take. And you can see that the door to the headmaster's office is open as Lamaris is in there, apparently filling out reports and kind of muttering to himself.
I'll probably just kind of do that little knock thing
All right.
just to get their attention.
Okay. All right. So he kind of looks up for a moment. Hello, Talu. Thank you very much for the letter. I appreciated that.
Well, I figured I'd give as much information as I could, seeing as I didn't necessarily trust the information we were getting, and I didn't know. I didn't get all of the information. I was just I was going off of what I was being told. We were told not to tell you, and it was some sort of secret mission, and just something to sit right with me.
Okay. Well, I would
And
say that that's understandable.
And I felt if I gave you too much information, it would narrow the search. And if we were being lied to, then it would might misdirect the search. But I do have one other concern.
What would that be?
Our newly what is it? Reunited
Quiet.
teammate.
You mean Naomi Song, which you see him flip a sheet of paper, also known as Belladonna Payne Riddle, also known as Demencia Dominica Sedonis, a pirate captain.
Yes, that one. How do we know which one we're dealing with? How do we know it's safe to have her back on the team?
I would say that you have a very good point. There is a new spell that's been enlisted here. I would ask you, has Naomi had a red glow around them at all?
Do I do a history check or?
Just more of a memory check. You don't remember her glowing red.
Not that I've noticed, Headmaster.
There's a new enchantment that we've had activated that I've been working on for quite some time. If someone is to mean someone malicious harm, then they begin to glow. For example, and I apologize about this in advance, but you see him take what looks to be a small letter opener and toss it at your shoulder, end over end, and you notice that before he does so, there's a red outline around him, but the dagger then actually flicks past you and this kind of fades from him.
Seeing as Talu trusts him completely, he didn't move.
At that moment, I actually had the intent to murder you, but I changed it after a moment.
I see. That is very helpful. However, I guess I just worry that the switch can happen. Any sort of switch can happen very suddenly.
That could be quite possible. But seeing as no one is actually aware of this enchantment, somebody hiding their intentions that fully is not someone we'd be aware of. But are you stating that you do not feel comfortable with Naomi's song returning?
I don't think it fair I pass judgment so quickly. I just feel like perhaps precautions might be in order for a probationary period.
I would say that such precautions have already been taken into account.
Of course, Headmaster.
If you think that I would let somebody with the reputation of Miss Song back into this academy without keeping a very close watch upon her, you would be very mistaken and ill thought of me.
Not at all, Headmaster. It's just I was lacking of how much knowledge you had already received or how much information you had already received about the ongoings.
Commander Sprata fully filled me in. And I've been reviewing her file myself. If it makes you feel more at ease, due to the boon that you granted me, I'll grant you some knowledge. Dr. Kiravan installed a small amount of a potion that allows me to be able to magically track her. And you see him pull out his wayfinder and open it. And looking at it, you can see it's showing not only Naomi sitting there, but then you see the eyes kind of slowly turn and look up towards you, kind of like narrow their eyes looking back at you on the staff.
Tells me, all right, that thing.
Yes, it's quite interesting indeed. I am having that checked out. Seemingly, it does not seem to be as dangerous to her, and if the only thing it does is take eyes from someone, that's something that can be replaced and recovered. But I'm more afraid what would happen if I were to remove it from that which he wants to be near.
Understandable. It's very unnerving to say the least.
On that we can agree.
I ask one other question. What do you know of Baba Yaga?
You seem kind of tilt his head for a moment. That fairy tale. It's a mythical creature told to scare children into behaving or not traveling too far from the village or staying out in the woods at night. It's supposed to represent the worst of the worst and the most terrifying outcome of anything. I haven't heard that in 20 years, per se. It's a children's tale.
Talu's actually gonna smile and just look at him and tell him, it's not a tale, Headmaster.
Oh, I'm aware of the story that Sprata relayed to me along with Celine. I do not believe that you met the Baba Yaga. I just believe that you met someone that is using that moniker.
Well, if that be the case, then he wears that moniker very well.
That I can also agree upon. Apparently, as it was informed to me, Sprata felt as if the creature wasn't actually trying to harm him or anyone else. He doesn't feel that it even got seriously threatened by him.
I feel like I can agree with the idea that the creature didn't feel as if it wanted to harm anybody other than his target. He had lifted me off the ground, mentioned that I had Zadar, and then told the group that he didn't want to have to kill anybody else today.
Sounds like a very astute thing to say after you've already killed someone. Sprata was able to harm it, and it did bleed. Though the blood did seem to be unusual, to say the least. And if it bleeds, it can be killed, and if it can be killed, it can die. So whatever this man was, I do not believe it to be a Baba Yaga, but just a merely powerful foe who has entered our awareness.
Am I still fully geared up?
Yes.
Well, that being said, I only have one other concern. Maybe not so much of a concern, more of a information for the headmaster. And that would be that during the confrontation, one of my teammates, while trying to reason with the creature, I saw a glow upon her forehead that very much resembled the symbol or sign of Asmodeus.
Snitches get stitches.
That is quite interesting indeed. Due to the barriers in effect, someone in alignment with Asmodeus or enchanted by Asmodeus shouldn't be able to enter these grounds.
Well, that makes that even more interesting.
I took some extreme
Wait.
precautions after the fact of dealing with Asmodeus directly. So this Aegis Academy is actually now wholly consecrated ground. Asmodeus or his followers would not be able to actually be here, as they would be tainted.
So then I can rest assured that my teammate is not a sworn allegiance with Asmodeus.
If that were the case, she should be unable to sustain herself here and should surely have been drained and died. I would take it that you have not seen your teammate slowly collapse to the floor, writhing in pain.
Nope, she seemed very well defined.
I am very well defined. Thank you.
Luna, roll fortitude.
You just make it easy for me.
Roll initiative against the school.
With that being the case, as you see him also flick open the Wayfinder, and you see it showing Luna, who seemingly is walking through a hall and standing in front of a door. As you've seen before, it looks slightly familiar. And says it also would be someone else that I keep a very close watch on. As he closes the compass, and you can hear the sound of what sounds like Luna knocking outside in the hallway.
Just one moment, Headmaster.
Oh, she didn't come to this door.
Oh.
I believe that she is at Professor Velo's room.
Who's Professor Velo?
Which would be interesting that she would go to speak with the Professor of Religious Studies after what you told me.
Well, I did inform her that it was something I had witnessed. So I imagine she wants answers as well.
Hell yeah, I do.
Well, that is something that I will take under extreme consideration and keep a very close eye upon also.
Business.
Well, Headmaster, I just felt I would inform you on everything that I know. As we seem to, as I stated once before, be the cause of a lot of issues.
You see him stand up and kind of walk around the desk. You see him take your hand to shake it. I appreciate all of the work that you're doing. And I gave you my word that I intend to keep you all as safe as possible. And I plan to do just that.
He'll nod. I'll nod and just be like, and I intend to try my best to keep them alive.
Then let us hope that we both succeed.
Also, I imagine Ms. Prada's informed you that the Jade Shadow is no longer an enemy, though not an allegiance.
I have been made aware of that situation also.
Very well. Have a good night, Master.
Have a good night, Talulius. Rest well. Out in the hallway, Luna, as the door opens up as you're knocking late in the evening, and Professor Velo opens the door, a tall black man with a bald head and gold earrings in his ears, kind of looks at you. And what might I do to incur such a visit this evening? Luna Shadia, correct?
Yes. Yeah, thank you. I just had a couple of questions for you, if you didn't mind. If it's too late, I understand. I could come back tomorrow.
It's perfectly fine, Miss Shadir. If there's something bothering you, allow me to help. And you see, step to the side and offer you to enter his room.
I do enter his room.
From what you can see, there seems to be different iconography of different religions and stuff like that all over the walls of the chamber. as there's a table and a desk and a couch there, along with a small table. And you see him go off towards a small pot that he has off to the side that apparently he was about to pour himself a glass of tea. And he seemingly pours a second one and brings it over to you, which you see there's sugar, honey, and lemon sitting on the platter, and sits it down on a silver tray with these porcelain teacups. And as he sits across from you, he takes up his own. And he just gestures to the tea for yourself that you can pour your own if you would like.
I pour some for myself, and I take some, and I copy what he's doing, because I feel like this is like a ceremony thing kind of thing.
You see for him that he actually seems to put a wedge of lemon into his tea, and then you see him seemingly take one spoonful of honey and then begin to stir it up. I had a cohort that preferred a spoonful of sugar, but I've always been partial to honey myself.
I'm going to do that too. And I know, right? I'm going to do that too. Honey is really healthy for you, I say. So I was wondering if you knew about, obviously you know about religion, but like a lot about the faith of Asmodeus.
You'd see him pause for a moment in the stirring. You've come to ask me about the faith of Asmodeus.
Yes.
I would say that this seems to be very worrisome, but I'm more than willing to hear you out.
Not because I want to follow them, but I heard a story of a person who had a symbol of his show up on their forehead. I just wanted to know what that meant. I'm just curious.
Make a bluff check.
Perfect execution.
Thank you.
There's no way he knows who you're
just
talking about.
regular or disadvantage or something. I don't know if I heard that. Okay, cool beans. Regular.
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 You have accolades.
My bluff. Oof. Oh, that hurts my feelings. It's a 13. Oh. That's whatever. I don't give a fuck. I don't care.
Asmodeus.
Yeah.
Well, he is known as the Archfiend, the Dark Prince, the first God Fiend, King of Hell, Lord of Darkness, Lord of Hell, Lord of the Pit, Master of Witches, Prince of Darkness, Prince of Devils, Prince of Hell, Prince of Law, Ruler of Hell, the Asmodean.
Right.
You see him take a long sip of his tea.
I'm just nodding the whole time with all his titles. Yep.
From what I understand, he resides in the lowest reaches of hell in Nessus. Primarily has control or influence over the areas of contracts, pride, slavery, and tyranny. Often, unfortunately, followed and believed by slavers, bureaucrats, tyrants, diabolists, lawyers, and those who seek to generally rule or discipline others.
Do I know if he knew I was lying? I knew I wasn't lying very well, right? Or no?
You have not the slightest clue. He just took a sip of his tea and began telling you everything that you could think about Asmodeus.
Okay, cool beans. Thank you.
Now, I believe the stories say that he can take on any form that he chooses to, and he does so regularly, as he rarely is depicted in his true form as a tall, muscular man of red skin, cloven hooves, black hair and horns, surrounded by a pale flame Nemesis and bearing a contract. Though that may seem to be his true form, there was a rumor of an old scroll from the ancient times before the age of Arcanum that spoke that afterwards he was forced to be the bane of a fiendish form, constantly bleeding wounds received in battle with Ilias. And he kind of looks at you for a moment. Ilias was one of two primeval entities with his brother Asmodeus, and they're known as the First. And it's believed that Ilias struck him down.
But an Ilias.
Yep. IHYS.
What happened to him?
To Ilias?
Yeah.
Well, as unfortunately many stories go, they were considered the first of many of the original deities that were brought into creation. It says that they were originally born. See him kind of flick his eyes to his desk for a moment, then look back. The Book of the Damned claims that the first were born spontaneously from the mysterious source of life known as the Seal, and began as formless motes of energy that coalesced into consciousness and power. And as they became aware, and lesser motes began to become more aware, they became the first gods. It said that Ilias was the first one to be able to utter sound, discovering the power of speech and knowledge, and he called himself Ilias, and he then named his brother Asmodeus. But
Was the first? He was born first?
yes,
Okay.
that's the claim. It seems that unfortunately, as most brothers, there was a war between the two, and Ilias gifted free will upon martyrs that caused mortals that gave them the first schism of the gods. On one side were those like Asmodeus, who viewed mortals as mere tools, and those, as Ilias himself, who desired freedom for their creations. Unfortunately, as when brother is pit against each other, their powers nearly equal, they unfortunately began a massive war which began long before the divergence. Ilias was upset with the darkness of his brother's acts and showed him the chaos and destruction that had been showed. And Ilias became the first to know regret. But it was said that the Imperial Lord Sarenrae came to him and showed him that great good had also come from mortals freemen and other gods that supported him. And between the war between order and chaos, Ilias was able to strike down his brother with wounds that are unfortunately said to have never healed and bleed to this day.
Damn. Give him a healing potion for nothing.
But it is said that Ilias and Asmodeus met for the last time on a field of battle, and Asmodeus offered his hand to his brother in brotherhood and forgiveness after being struck down, and Ilias in his kindness reached for him. And then, performing the first act of treachery, he murdered Ilias with his great spear.
Oh.
Now, it could be said that there is a story that Ilias's will to allow mortals to live outweighed his brother's ability to take away that freedom.
Right,
but
that's hurtful.
There's another story that says that Asmodeus, in a rare act of sympathy for his brother, allowed his dream of freedom of mortals to stand. But then he created hell as a monument to the old ways of absolute merciless order, and a warning of what would one day make anew. According to the recent rivals of the Concordance of Rivals, Ilias subsequently became the first soul to be judged by the goddess Pharasma.
Wow. And what was that judgment? Do we know what that judgment was?
That Ilias was to ascend to the heavens.
Wow. The whole time he's telling the story, I'm just like having all the reactions. Yeah.
Yeah. And he says there's rumor that there is the Illistar, the Illisteer, which is a fragment of the spear that Asmodeus used to slay him. It's considered a quite powerful artifact if it could ever be found. But I began to ramble. My apologies. Sorry, what was your original question?
No, I don't mind the rambles. The story was beautiful. I thank you. Thank you for telling me. My original question was that of the religion and what it would mean if somebody had his symbol show up on their head, on their forehead.
Well, that could mean many a thing. Normally, it shows a type of binding between the two, as normally that's a symbol of his control and power. But that's a rare thing, as someone would have to be within agreement or binding to Asmodeus himself. And Asmodeus is not one to normally parlay or trick with mortals, as the story says. He doesn't believe in the free will of mortals to make their own decisions, finding us to be highly flawed and derelict creatures that cannot be left to our own deviations.
Oh,
And that's why he likes, and that's why
fucking-
he's the god of slavery, because he believes in all humankind doing as they're told.
He believes in all lower beings doing as they are commanded, as otherwise we will bring chaos and destruction and ruin upon ourselves.
Of course, of course. So what happens if say, I'm just throwing a suggestion, like just a random like thing, like you went there, you met him, and you like shook his hand so you guys could come down here. Is that an agreement, or does it have to be specifically said that we are binded? You know what I mean?
You see him kind of pause it with his tea. Miss Shadia, are we still speaking in hypotheses?
Yes, yes, we are.
Just
Make
deadpan
a
look.
blunt
at her.
fact, ma'am. I know damn well.
He just yes, we are.
Nah, you already.
Make
Shut the
another bluff
fuck-
check, ma'am.
All
This time at disadvantage.
right.
And that was
That was-
extremely specific.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I have a +4, so that's a 13. Wait, my last one was a 13. That's some bullshit.
Oh,
He kind of takes a look at you. Miss Shadia, I feel that there is something that you're not being forthright and honest with. Are you the person that these things happen to?
yeah.
Okay. Okay, let me be honest. All right.
Run.
Wasn't me.
And then I tell him exactly what happened. No, I tell him exactly what happened.
I like that. Cool. I'm going to be honest and just get up and run away.
Book it. I mean, it's
No,
worked
for
a
real,
time
for
or
real,
two
though.
for me.
I
But
tell
the-
him exactly what happened, because I do want to know, you know what I mean? I want to know what that means, and I don't know if there's anything he could do about it, but hey, that's a story for another time, you know what I mean?
With that, he kind of looks at you. An agreement can be made in multiple ways. Are you saying that you met Asmodeus, and then you see him kind of take a pause for a moment? You are the one who pulled him through the divine gate.
I'm looking at the ground. I'm disappointed in myself. I'm like, yeah.
That should have been impossible.
Yeah.
I mean, I heard it was just real loose on that day, and some shit got through, you know what I mean? I don't know what to say. I'm sorry.
Miss
I feel
Shadia, the
bad
divine
about
gate
it.
never is loose, if you understand. Can you
Okay.
recall exactly what you said when you spoke to Asmodeus?
Just that things. I asked him if he was the one who caused all the demons coming here. He said no. I was like, well then, I don't know what to do, because he was fucked up. His shit was fucked up. Everybody was like in war there, and his daughter was there and shit. She was about to hurt me because she thought I hurt him, but I didn't hurt him. I handed him a healing potion. Did I hand him a healing potion before or after I found out who he was? I think it was after.
Before.
Before?
You.
Okay,
Before.
okay, good. Okay.
Because you wanted to do the
offered him-
potion first, and then
Mhm.
you did the healing.
Yeah.
And you just see his eyes grow wider and wider as you tell this story.
Yeah. But they were like they were gonna come here to help me figure this out. They did. They brought what's his name? I forgot his name.
This-
Tempest, thank you. Tempest back, and that stopped all the demons from coming through, and he did help us take care of a lot of the demons by just letting us kill his things, you know what I mean? And then we were just sending them back, I think. But yeah, I don't know. And then he
Asmodeus
went
would
back
have no
to-
problems allowing you to kill and destroy his beings.
Huh?
He would have no problem allowing you to destroy his beings. There are only, in all belief, 5 creations of his that he actually holds with any regard, other than his brother Ilias, according to the story. During his fall, as the Chronicles of Heaven called it, Asmodeus led his followers, which included his protege Beelzebub, his creation Baal, and his lieutenants Moloch, Dispater, and Nibis to hell, the promise to escape from heaven's bureaucracy and obsession with mortal life. And Asmodeus found hell greatly changed from his previous visit. Once many empty expanses were now claimed by Asuras and Velestras, Gigas, who welcomed neither his presumption nor his people. And with that being the case, Asmodeus then set to conquer hell and bring it under his rule.
What was the star the blade thingy or whatever called? Star what?
Illistier?
Huh?
Illis and Tier. Illistier.
I'm sorry. I'm just sending this to myself because my phone is broken, so I can't really take notes right now.
Got you.
Okay. Okay, go on. I'm sorry.
It's perfectly fine. And with that being the case, I would not attempt to follow the way of Asmodeus. It is one of deception. He is known as the god of liars. And if there's something that Asmodeus is asking you for, you can be guaranteed that there is something else you do not realize that he is also getting.
Plan on following his faith. I just wanted to try to figure out what the Okay, so the reason why I ask of the religion and the thing on the forehead is because later today I was in a conflict with some people, and I tried to persuade them of doing something, and one of my teammates said at that moment the symbol showed up on my forehead, and I felt as though people were listening to me, so it did something. I don't know.
The
I'm just
symbol
trying to
of the
figure
arch star appeared upon your head. Interesting.
So I'd come here to figure out why. You know what I mean? Because I don't know why. And I know Celine is not around right now for me to ask. I would have asked her, but I wanted to come here first. So I don't want to bother her.
Understandable, but the symbol of the arch star is also his main artifact. It's a massive mace that's a flame that can take multiple forms. It's been called a ruby scepter. It's a rod, a staff, or a mace. But it is normally never far from the archdevil and contains immense amounts of power. It is a direct conduit of his power.
Oh. So what does it mean for something to show up on your forehead like that?
Normally, that's a sign that someone has made a divine connection with a god, such as the symbol of Sarenrae on their champions, or of Aori or Yomade.
So
Mhm.
if I simply brought him back, that is a form of like making a pact. We did shake hands, but it was just to bring him here.
You made an agreement with him.
Just to bring him here, though. Like, not to, like.
Contractually, what did you ask him exactly?
Did what?
What did you remember asking him exactly?
Come help. If he could come help us.
You asked him to come help you, and he agreed?
Yeah.
That sounds like a very open-ended interpretation of a contract.
Oh my god. And I'm just gonna facepalm right now. Some bullshit. But in a contract, don't you have to state what the other side is about? You know what I mean?
I think you essentially signed him a blank check.
Bruh.
Yeah, like if you
Bruh.
didn't, like it's called
Bruh.
fine print for a reason. If it's
Bruh.
not, if the fine print just isn't there, like
I said this out loud about the deal. You know what I mean?
Oh, because you didn't specify how long you needed his help, what you needed his help for. You didn't specify anything other than air quote help.
Oh my
Come help you.
goodness.
come help you.
Oh
He has
my
a
goodness.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And when you think about it, you did need help in that moment, and you received help.
Oh my god, with anything, bro. You need help with anything.
Oh my
He could
God.
just be like, oh hey, by the way.
So,
What did he get from
okay,
that
okay,
though?
okay.
He gets,
Well,
he gets a freaking
obviously,
open. He gets an open doorway. Is what he gets.
people
Between him
help
and
me.
Luna.
People help me, and obviously, I was able to bring him through so I can do other things, I don't know, for him. And he's
Oh,
just gonna
help
attach
isn't
himself to
free.
me. He's a narcissist, and I have BPD. It's just the cycle, man. I don't know what to tell you.
You just keep falling into it, man. I
Yeah.
don't know how to help.
I know. I'm
I'm
sorry.
trying to tell you the signs. man.
I'm sorry.
They're
Well,
alive.
see, here's the thing, that even if you did pull Asmodeus through, that would have shattered the Divine Gate. And as far as I'm aware of, the Divine Gate is still whole. So I don't believe that you actually brought truly Asmodeus through, but maybe an aspect of Asmodeus.
Huh.
It would have only been a fraction of his true power, but I would imagine that a fraction of divinity is still stronger than most.
I mean, he was able to heal me fully. So, and like, it really hurt me and my friends when we didn't, you know, do what he wanted us to do. So,
And
yeah.
with that, you see him kind of pour you another sip of tea and says, I am truly sorry for your situation. As he takes a sip.
I take another, I drink it.
While I am not fully aware of the details of how Asmodeus may operate, I can say that there are those that don't see him in the worst of lights. He is considered an ally of Abadar, the god of law, as they both believe in lawful descriptions of sticking to the law and agreements made. And the key often becomes, as many devils one may understand, or working with the Fae, is that the details are always what is most important about any agreement. I believe that's where the saying, the devil is in the details, comes to be.
Details. Oh my
Devil's in
goodness.
the details.
Freaking hate that shit.
Man,
It
this
gives
is
me so much
why-
anxiety.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
What I can say for this, while there isn't much information about Asmodeus in these lands, as he is not a god that is welcomed in open worship, and you'd probably be hard-pressed to find anyone here that would be able to do such a thing, there is the nation of Cheliax. There were rumors that some of its former leaders actually had binding ties of Infernal to Asmodeus himself.
heard of that before.
Cheliax?
Mm-hmm.
You have heard of Cheliax before. It's considered a quite questionable place because slavery is legal there, and devil worship is open. Many noble families will gladly make contracts with devils spanning generations in order to ascend and gain power.
Well, damn.
Quite an exciting place, sounds like.
You want to come with me?
Oh my god, yes.
You're not here. You're not here.
I know.
I'll just invite you secretly.
Okay.
But with that being said, it is a dangerous nation that is often at war. It is not a place one treads lightly without knowing what they are treading into.
Okay. That's good to know. I'm not gonna go there.
Well, of course
Wink.
not. No.
I don't wink. I'm joking. I'm
We never
joking.
would plan on going anywhere like that. No.
I was waiting for you to say bluff check. Thank you. Okay. I'll.
One question: when you met Asmodeus, what did his throne room look like? Was he sitting upon a massive throne of hellfire orbited by 8 thrones of salt in a glass island floating over a dark, bottomless pit with hell's malice?
That doesn't sound like what it was.
It was I think it was just a
Sound like
dark room.
Yeah, it was a regular like castle-like thing that was destroyed.
His
There's
eyes
a lot
get
of
even
rubble.
wider than before, and he covers
was
his
a-
mouth, and he actually
much
drops his
rubble.
tea.
Why? What's going on? Wait, what? What's going on? I don't understand.
He just whispers, "The Caliphate,
The what?
the Catafalque. It's Asmodeus's personal sanctuary, and his throne, his true throne, in a gigantic hall in Nessus. No other creature than Asmodeus himself has ever been rumored to enter there."
Shit.
How do you know what that looks like? I'm not there.
It's
I'm
just
not there.
it's just rumored to look like that. I assume he's a religious professor person. All right. I'm
It's
trusting
more
him.
that he knows where the throne of hellfire and all that, where Asmodeus basically holds court, is at. And people have seen that and been there because it's a place you can go. It's dangerous as all fuck, and you probably won't survive afterwards, but you can be there. So there's actual record of that. There's no record of the Catafalque at all. Just rumors. So if you saw a throne and it wasn't hellfire, orbited by fucking salt thrones in an island over a bottomless pit of hell, then you had to be the other place.
Can you send me
only
the?
got 2
I don't know how to type that, and I'm just gonna send it to my messages anyways. Can
I
you
got
send
you.
that to my messages? Thank you.
What a hero.
So I didn't bring him back actually. So I didn't break the barrier of the thingy majiggy bobber, right?
You did not shatter the
That's
divine
good.
gate, but you were able to bring an aspect of him forth with his own motivations and an autonomy in this plane, which I'm not sure has ever been done before on any level, other than possibly by the most devout clerics reaching out for power from the divine for intervention.
Oh,
So
he was
she
just
didn't-
like,
And even then, that's momentary, and from what the stories have said, you were walking around with Asmodeus for hours.
okay. So what this is telling me is I am a victim to another narcissist.
Ugh.
He saw me as vulnerable, and he was like, "Yeah, this is the bitch.
Do you
This is the
not
one."
know how to have fun, man? Damn.
I just know that people like him, like people who are just gonna listen and be like, "Oh my god, I need your help," and he's gonna be like, "Yeah, bitch, yes you do."
I would
Yeah, you're
strongly
right.
suggest that you watch the the Calamity series of Critical Role, those 4 episodes, because Asmodeus is in there, and you can see Asmodeus in action of who I based him on, how he presented him.
Calamity.
Don't
Wait,
worry, I'll look into it and give you the head.
it's.
I think I'm still on
okay,
episode
thank you.
3.
I'm sorry, just watching that whole thing, I can't do it.
I can do it. I got you.
Hassan can pay attention to that.
It's all good. Even if it's just little parts, Asmodeus parts aren't the longest, but they're highly memorable. And this is that same guy.
Brendan plays them fucking fabulously.
And this is why the rest of the team who saw it was freaked out when you were like, here, I'll take your hand and help us. And they were like, no. Fuck it, let it all burn. Don't bring him here.
Aww. But I'm right? I'm right?
To a degree. You would imagine
Thank
that
you.
the god of liars would easily manipulate most people. He is the literal god of liars, so if he can't lie to you, who can?
If he can't lie to you, no one can.
But of
bro.
course,
yeah.
it's not because of.
To be fair, the only reason Talu would not believe a word coming out of his mouth is because of what he saw in his dreams.
Also true.
That's fine.
I got squashed.
I don't trust myself to not trust people and to trust people, so of course I wouldn't trust myself to not trust this person. And what is that?
Makes perfect sense.
I'm echoing a lot and I can hear myself.
But yeah, if Asmodeus showed up in front of Talu, who's like, "Hey, the sky's blue," Talu be like, "Nah, that bitch is red. Shut the fuck up."
It's the whole idea, assume that whatever you're being told is a lie. Even if it seems to be true.
I'm just getting that message from what this guy is telling me right now.
Very much so, as he's clarifying that whatever Asmodeus is asking you is not what he's truly after. It's merely a deception to get what he wants from you.
Well, now it's too late. Okay, now it's too late.
He's a fuck boy. That's what he is.
He's the king of liars.
What'd you say?
He's the king of fuck boys. Okay, he tells you what you want to hear till he gets what he wants, and then you realize that you got ruined.
He's got a blitz face.
That's what
bro.
I'm telling you,
He's
though.
got a
That's what I'm
blitz
telling you,
face.
though. I'm the perfect person to fall for that shit. That's what I'm saying.
If it
dude.
makes you feel better, you're not the only one.
I know. It's always that way. I'm never the only one. You know, that's the whole
Of course
problem.
you're not. Of course.
Not saying that if I was the
issue,
only
bro.
one, I would still not. I would not have a problem with what he's doing. That's not what I'm saying.
Man, like you're stop it.
They're just often cheaters too. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Real
Look,
loose.
man, all I know
Like
is
them
I ever
Divine
catch
Gates.
him in the street, it's on site. All right.
Yeah. All right.
Women doesn't feel that way.
With that,
Oh,
you
wait.
see him kind of go over towards his desk, and you see him take out this kind of small, kind of blue coin. This is more turquoise. It has a blue hand in the middle, a kind of right-handed blue hand, and comes over and brings it over to you and says, "This is a coin for the followers of Iori. It was blessed in the spirit waters Iori, also blessed his temples in. This comes all the way from the Church of Iori in Quadira, and the temple monastery of Iori, in the center of Kathir.
Damn.
It's
Damn.
in the open palm of the Shihad, located in the foothill mountains of the Zo Mountains. Iori and Asmodeus are rivals, so if there is some feeling of deception, this here should be able to hopefully give you some insight. That's the only protection I can think to offer you that may help."
So, what do you mean by some ins?
I can only imagine that those who are followers of Iori tend to be able to resist the compulsions of those of the Asmodean faith easier than most. So I can only hope that this grants you some type of boon that would assist with that.
Thank you. It's very much. I'm very much grateful for this. Thank you.
There is word of the Hell Knight Order of the God Claw that worships Iori and Cheliax, as the Hell Knight Order is one that is respected in that nation despite such ideals. There also is the Sacred Order of Archivists, which is a secret society. It's believed that there is a faction in the Chelexian city of Cantargo that basically preserves history from the revisionist and the Hellenite Order of the Rack.
Oh, this is a lot for me to send myself.
I got you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
That is so much. What? Okay. I'm gonna ask him about um Iori. Is she followed there because she's or they're a demon too, or
He says Iori is a male deity. He would be
oh, I'm sorry.
more akin to a traditional monk, normally depicted in golden robes, well, white robes with gold highlights. Barefoot and bald, I believe he's shown as someone from the Tian region. There's normally statues of him there as the master of masters. So well worshipped and believed upon as being a master of their craft that even dwarves allow him to be in their pantheon.
He's just that dude. I feel you. I feel you.
That's nice.
It is nice.
There is a Church of Iori in the religious district, but I don't know of them to be of the more well-known areas, such as the Iorium, which is in Absalom, or the Hall of Iori, which is in the Dawngate quarter of the Kapesh city, or the Temple Monastery of Iori.
That okay. So which one would be best to go to get these answers I'm looking for?
They are all quite far away. There, there unfortunately is no easy path for this answer for you, unfortunately.
But if I go to those places, might I find answers?
Possibly. I can't say if you would or if you would not. But they could ideally may be able to shed more light on your situation. Though I fear that the best place for you would probably be in Kintaro in the Chalexian nation.
Chalexian. I'ma just assume that's how it's spelled. That's terrible. Can you spell it for me?
Yes. It's Cheliax.
Cheliax?
Mm-hmm. That is correct.
Cheliax. Okay.
Unfortunately, I don't have much more information beyond that other than the general known information of Asmodeus and such. I will reach out to those I know that are better versed in such a field and see if they may have some type of answers for your predicament. In the meantime, I would try to do the best to not ask for help at all from anything or anyone, as that could possibly invoke your contract.
Oh, so even this could have been bad for me.
It's possible, and I've come to find when dealing with the gods it is better to always assume the worst.
It's 111.
Damn, so don't need help from anybody.
Okay, so don't go to a rivalry church because I might burn alive. Got you.
I wish you well, Miss Shadir.
Thank you. I appreciate it again. Hopefully you can get back to me with information you've possibly gathered. Thank you again, and I get up to leave. Also, wonderful tea.
Yes, it's actually a golden leaf variety. I find it helps me calm down in the evenings and prepare for bed.
I respect that.
Thank you very much, Miss Shadir. May you be blessed in the best of ways. He kind of gives you a nod as he closes the door.
I nod my head and put that coin like in my bra somewhere where ain't nobody getting that shit. You feel me? Nobody is coming to. Yeah, just know.
The infamous titty pocket makes its appearance.
Who's gonna go for that? You know what I mean? And if they do, I know you're going for that. So like, you're caught, bitch. What are you gonna do?
In all of the land, the titty pocket in every world is always safe.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's two people that probably have access to it.
That's true. That's true.
Hey, look, Asmodeus works in mysterious ways, okay?
That would suck. Oh no, don't use them. It's okay. It's whatever. But yeah, I'm putting it right there. Putting it right there. And I'm going to the room to tell Sin. I'm gonna bring him out in the hallway and tell him.
Ironically, Sin was kind of laying down in bed, almost asleep.
I'm gonna message him. I'm messaging him. That's what I'm doing.
All right.
Our cards work now?
Yeah, the cards work now because I already messaged Wanda. But I guess I will climb out of bed and go wait in the hallway.
You can. But you'd see Luna when she returns.
No. I'm messaging you instead.
Oh, you just sent a message of all the information?
It's more private. It's more private. And people are... Yeah, because people aren't going to know it's from me. I send it when I'm leaving the office. You know what I mean? So people don't know I'm telling him all this. Because he can choose what he wants to tell people, but... Yeah.
Because he can choose what he wants to tell. Look, I may have been leaving his office, but nothing happened in the middle of the night.
What message do I get from Team?
Not you. No.
You get no message at all.
No. I'm telling Sin through message what I was told from this professor.
Everything?
You do see two teachers who are walking back to their rooms kind of stop as they see you.
I nod my head and continue texting.
And they kind of just stop and watch you go without saying anything. Professor Cypher and another woman you're not familiar with, that you don't have her class, but you've seen her around. Kind of more Arab complexion with kind of dark brown hair and a long braid that she always wears in his white and red robes.
I look back. Yeah?
They're both looking at you.
Yeah?
It's quite late, Miss Shadir. What are you doing?
Oh. I was talking to the professor... What's his name?
Velo?
Yeah.
And you see Cypher kind of take a drink, and you just hear them slightly mumble, "That's one way to get a better grade."
How disrespectful. That's sexist. I say, that's sexist as hell. And I continue walking.
To which you hear Aaron kind of laughing, like, "Isn't Velo more interested in men than women?" "That's possible. Maybe I'll have to look into that." As you hear them walk back up the steps.
How rude. Mind your freaking business, bitch.
Look, you're the one who left a professor's room at midnight, okay?
Uh-oh.
Damn, it's midnight.
Yeah, you did that.
I am not the only one who left, okay? Wasn't Talu also talking to somebody late as fuck?
Talu went to the headmaster's office, which the door was generally open, and the headmaster receives people at all times of night. So it wasn't the most unusual, and that was more like 9 o'clock.
I was like, that was at midnight.
Okay, whatever.
Because I would have arrived like after all the other stuff.
Oh yeah, you actually would have arrived at the headmaster's office after Talu, once Luna had already gone into Velo's office. So Ruin, as you approach, the headmaster's door is open again, as he's kind of looking up, as he's going over some type of file, and kind of takes a moment to pause and sees you. Ruin, how might I help you?
I didn't know if I had to do acquisition forms or what to request for for Naomi to buy attire and, of course, other little items for herself.
You see him kind of pause for a moment.
Because I know we're not supposed to leave the school grounds.
How about just this once? We'll expedite things for you. And you see him take out a sheet of paper and seemingly sign it and stamp it. And then you see him fold it and hand it to you.
No, take it. Thank you, Headmaster.
Of course. You can go out after sunrise, be back before sundown, and please, for all that is holy, do not have any altercations.
We'll do so. Just going to gather her clothing and all. That's it. And Rowan will put that in his vest pocket.
All right. Done and done for you.
Yeah, that's all Rowan came for. I was like, "Alright," and bows and heads out.
All right. With that, as you all begin to crawl yourselves back into bed, with a lot of emotions from a long day that seemed far longer than you imagined, that's where we'll close this week's session.
Okay.
All righty for you. To the after credits scene, what you guys don't see is that after Ruin leaves his office, Elamaris opens up another letter, begins to write, closes it, folds it into an envelope, and then places it on his hand, and with the wave of his hand, it just poofs in a magical dust. And floors below ground in the main Aegis Academy dormitories, Xavier, sitting at his desk, sees a letter appear, marked from the headmaster's office, that he slowly opens up, takes a deep breath, slowly closes the letter, and begins to grab his gear. Elsewhere, out on the high seas.
Oh, that too, bro.
Hmm?
I was just saying, oh no, don't fall for that too, bro.
Back at Pirate Cove, a woman stands atop her palazzo, overseeing the damage that was done. There's a massive hole now in the row and arrangement of ships that breaks the kind of almost beautiful spiral pattern that had begun. And as a soundless person is standing behind her, and she just says, report. The Baba Yaga, of course, has left Pirate Cove. We didn't have the forces to attempt to restrain him. It seems that I underestimated him quite somewhat, and it won't happen again. Did we gather the data about Sprada and Celine? Yes, ma'am. Then let's begin. And with that, she turns and begins to walk back down into the penthouse as the figure almost seems to fade from view before following.
I should have sense motive. Forgot. It's my favorite one.
Only when it's important.
I know, right? What the hell is that about?
Hey, look, sometimes you get caught in the moment. And as Modius is known to do, as Modius will feed you what you want to hear because you wanted to help. He gave you somebody to help. He lets you be the hero and the savior.
You know what? I'm not disappointed. Talu shouldn't have died for that shit. Fuck her. Fuck that bitch.
Talu died?
No, he was about to though.
I mean, he was debating snapping Talu's neck for a moment, but only as a last resort. And
He had his hands around his neck, and he was choking the shit out of him and holding him up in the air. It didn't look good, and I was scared.
Big facts. With that, though, there's a black ship with just one black sail. A small ship, maybe even call it a schooner by some ideals. And standing at the helm is a man in all black armor. Taking a deep breath as he slowly pulls off the helmet as it's a beautiful starry sky and a full moon. And as he takes a deep breath of cold, fresh air against his skin, he just kind of looks out to the sky and takes a kind of deep, resigned breath of a sigh, almost as if he's releasing the day's troubles. Then he takes a second breath. And there's still much more work to do. And he places the helmet back on his head and stands back at the helm, guiding the ship to its next destination. And that is where we'll end things.
The ship. What was the ship?
It was an all-black ship. It's about the size of a schooner. It's about think of it like a small yachting boat, not a mega yacht. It's big enough that one person could crew it, so to speak. A bit smaller than the ship that Captain Jack Sparrow was on in the first Pirates of the Caribbean when he first arrived.
Rowboat.
I mean, it's a bit bigger than that.
I think that's a skiff.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's more in that mid-range size where about a crew of 6 would be great for it, but a person of 1 can run it easily.
Yeah, they can manage it.
Mm-hmm. Can you imagine that somebody called the Baba Yaga is perfectly fine doing so?
Oh shit! Damn.
So yes, indeedy, doodly. That's where the session ends of episode 41 of Aegis.
You said
Academy.
all the students were gone?
I said, yes, all the students are gone of all the first year students.
Oh. Well,
Versus wedding.
Mm-hmm.
whatever.
They are all in Zanzos because they were all invited to the wedding.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Holy shit.
Oh man, I can't wait for the time jump.
Mm-hmm. With that, though, as a congratulations, everybody has leveled up from surviving this arc.
Freaking knew it.
What?
Oh, shit.
Oh yeah.
Hey, how much of a time jump?
Hmm?
How much of a time jump? We're
Probably
leveling
just to the wedding.
Just
Oh.
till they get back, I guess.
Oh, no. I wouldn't even do all that. You just ideally level up, which your level up will happen over this next week, and you will be that as you get back to school. If you don't have anything special over this week off, then you won't have anything special. But ideally, they'll be coming back to the school.
Yeah, and I'm gonna get blowed up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna need these extra hit die.
Well, I should clarify. The rest of the first year class will be back at the school for classes that'll happen in a couple of days. Because I believe if I counted out right, you gone weekend. You're basically almost at the end of the next weekend, which will be our Saturday. So you have basically a day, which could be shopping before his classes resume back on Monday, so to speak.
Okay, so yes, that's perfect. So that means I got the whole day to take Naomi out, get clothing and stuff, and then the next day I get blowed up. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and pick out a nice coffin.
Yeah, we can stop by the Temple of the Raven Queen. We can get all this. We can get your funeral set up. Pick out a nice coffin.
Like, dude, can you imagine? You're the only person that gets to pick up your flower arrangements, your burial site.
Yeah, at that point, I'm just like,
seriously.
this is what I want. This is what I want. And then once I get blowed up and everything, whatever remains, gets put in here, and then I want this to go into ash, put me in this little thing, and send me back to my dad.
I can hand deliver that. That's fair enough.
Have clerics talking about, boy, you know how many ravens you can slap in this here thing? How many birdmen with wings and feathers?
Oh yeah.
It'll be
So
great.
I say, I'm put everything into this one little bitty, I guess, chalice-looking thing.
Hey, look, you
Yeah,
guys
we me off
made
the
it
early.
and survived. That's what counts.
Definitely add some ravens and a little bit of a green motif for the green faith for you. Just get a nice duality going here.
That's very true. Any questions before we call it a night?
No questions.
So we're
just
going
a
to level
statement.
12.
Yes, no questions. Just a statement. I will be able to take everybody now in my little. Oh my god, in my little
Travel
tree
via
thingy.
plants.
Yes.
You can tree stride with everyone.
Transport via plants, so we don't have to take freaking boats anymore. Fuck all that bullshit.
But you have to be
Most of
there
the time.
first, right?
No, what? No, technically I don't. I would just have to go to a certain, like Continental. You know what I mean? We'll have to
It,
travel at a specific
operates
distance.
very similar to greater teleport. So ideally, the more familiar you are with the place, the easier it is to do. If you're trying to do it to some place you've never been before, there's a chance you're going to go somewhere you didn't plan to be. And we'll see how that works out.
Yeah.
So since there's trees and goddamn Whitestone, we can go there.
That's accurate.
we've been to Amon. We can go there.
How familiar are you with said tree? Like trees that she's known her whole life, easily. Like she could easily go back to
Wildmount.
Wolf Pine.
Wolf Pine, there you go.
Quickly and easily. The tree that's in Amon, she could actually get to fairly easily because she's used that a few times now. Trees that you are unfamiliar with, ideally you might want to take like a little piece of bark as kind of a way to home in on their signal of where they are, just as a way to help you out. But I mean, you could try to tree stride to any tree in existence that might be somewhere on this plane. How well that works is going to vary.
I'd say either way, it would still take less time than a boat. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we have a boat. Or, well, technically, Talu has a boat.
Also true.
Okay, that's great. But when we're on a time stamp, I could just go to the next continent, you know, with no problem, and it won't take us weeks to get there. We could just get there.
That would be nice, true. Right? It can be really cool, and it is a nice move to be able to travel quickly. It expands on how far you can actually try to get around. Though the idea is if you can go everywhere, then where do you go?
Exactly. Like, we can't go to Pirate Island, but we can sure as hell go to Aegis Island.
You could.
Yeah.
Aegis Island is one you'd be able to get back to. Who knows what's been going on there?
I guess the only thing I probably should have done that I didn't do this session is basically tell Naomi that it's okay that everyone now knows that I'm a Kitsune and I can actually tell her my real name. Because if she only remembers from Tempest's Magnificent Manor, to her, I told her yesterday that I'm a Kitsune.
Facts.
So letting her know that, oh no, everybody at the school now knows I'm a Kitsune. And on top of it, I actually have a real name, not just a moniker.
Yeah, we won't have disclosed any of that because that was just mean if he does it.
Yeah.
Very much so. Hey, it was a well done session. You guys made it out alive. Avoided the dangers of the Baba Yaga. Was able to help talk him down in that moment. Even Sprada and Celine in their rage. To a degree.
Hey, I rolled a 10 on my 12.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
How do I determine what level spells I'm getting again with the Veiled Illusionist?
Well, with Veiled Illusionist, it's about what arcane classes you want to take into your prestige class, because it allows you to boost both of those at the same time. So you get all the bonuses from your arcane class and the bonuses of being the Veiled Illusionist. So give me a moment, I could tell you what that is.
Off to go start leveling up. Did it just say a bard? Huh.
Because you got a good thing. You probably thought it never would end. Boom, 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 boom.
I might actually take a level on Bard this time.
All right.
Oh, hot damn, that's a 6.
Veiled Illusionist.
9
Nice.
points.
Attack goes up to plus 12, plus 7, plus 2. Ugh.
Get all the good stuff. All right.
Me over here being happy I finally have a plus 6, plus 1 for attack.
You could take a bardic level, which if you do that would give you another 0 level cantrip and another level 1 spell, and you'd be able to use 4 of those per day.
But with the Veiled Illusionist, what does that mean?
No, that's if you took the extra level like Veil Illusions, but you made it a Bard level instead of a Mesmerist level.
But I'm still pulling from the sorcery book, right?
For your Bard stuff? Well, no, that's if you were adding for your Veiled Illusion stuff. That's different. To clarify things, I should clarify more. If you took a level of Bard, like every time you level up your Veiled Illusionist, you get to basically level up one of your magic classes also.
Yeah.
So we've always been doing measurements. If you took a level of Bard, then it's like just like if you leveled up Bard. So you get your Bard bonuses for a level, but you also get your Veiled Illusionist bonus for a level. So you get the stuff that you get as a level 3 Veiled Illusionist.
Okay, which would just be the I get to alter sound now.
That does add to it, along with the spell, but yes.
So if I take one level of Veiled Illusionist, I'm a level 3 Veiled Illusionist, means I can alter the perceived audible properties. Basically, I can change my voice when I talk.
Very
We get
true.
an ability point too, don't we?
You do, as this is level 12. You get a
right,
bonus
well-
ability point.
Ruin
That's-
strength is now at a flat 20.
I would say for also your other thing, Talu, if you did Mesmerist, you'd have level 4 spells as a Mesmerist.
Fuck. Fuck it. Love Veiled Illusionist, and I'm going Mesmerist again.
You actually get one of my favorite spells at level 4. It's one that I used on Hassan twice. The first time he met Percy. The 4th.
Sorry.
It
That's
was,
you?
it was
Question
great
mark?
stuff because he damn sure wanted to kill Hassan's character right off the rip.
So if I go like I've been going, it's a level of Veiled Illusionist, which gives me the audible change, and then a level 4.
You get two. Actually, you get 2 level 4 spells, and you get another level 2 spell. Though you can only, even though you'll have 2 level 4 spells, you can only use one of them per day.
That's fine, but I don't get anything out of the sorcery book. Because I remember, let me see.
It's from your veiled spells. You would get that still, so you'd be able to add another spell. I haven't looked at the details of what that is that you'll be able to add to make sure that it's right, because in this one it just has all the spells thrown in there. So I'd imagine you also get another sorcery spell. So once I double check it, yeah, I imagine that's how it works.
Okay, so as of right now, the most basic known thing right now is I get 2 level 4s and 1 level what, 2?
You get 2 level 4s and then 1 level 2.
All right, but that's just my Mesmerist stuff.
Yep. Level
There we go.
4 Mesmerist spells. All the good stuff. You'll be able to do
I
your
love-
thing.
My level up's done.
Nice. Quick and easy. You know what? That's a solid choice.
I mean, you can't go wrong with it.
You know, it's very much a, you know what? I'm sick of this shit.
I mean, at this point in time, 24d6 is a good chunk of damage.
That's the way you do it. It reminds me of one of the Astonishing X-Men books that I loved. Just for the record, did you want a bonus hit point, skill point, magical 6th of a magical tail, or a 4th versus enchantment DCs?
Want the magical tail.
All right, you have to get 6 of these as your bonuses to get the magical tail. Because you saved your favorite bonus in for magical tail feat, which in theory, I mean, I wouldn't mind if you wanted to retroactively take back 5 of these and turn them into magical tails. I can give you that.
Oh, to roll back my skill ranks?
Just take back 5 of your hit points because you got all these as bonus hit points.
Oh yeah, I would totally do that. Max out the magical tails now if I could.
Yeah, I imagine you probably would have done that for a while, which would have gave you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which would give you the extra magical tail feet to slap in there. Because you can technically do that in every 6 rank. Every 6 times you do that, you get a bonus magical tail feat.
So I technically get 2 more if I did all of them.
If you did all of them, yes, it would take out your hit points, but you'd have all
How much
that
would
in
that?
there.
How much would that drop my hit points
1,
by?
2, 3, 4, 5. Taking out another 5, you'd be at 101.
I'll totally take that to jump up 2 magical tails.
All right. All of the magical tails. All right, so you have those added in there. You have that set. You have a clutch level 6 spell
That I can use 2 or 3 times.
4 times a day.
4 times a day. Flip misdirection, but also gain. No. There
you go.
Ability.
Slap that in there. And then them young skill points, what did you want to do with your 5 skill points?
Keep the usual stealth, perception, and bluff, but I think I'll boost 1 in knowledge, religion, and 1 in knowledge, history.
All right.
I feel like I'm lacking a little bit in knowledge.
You and me got a whole lot of history.
I think technically with the bonus 2, I go from visibility to displacement.
My danger sense goes up to +4.
Oh, I get suggestion and displacement now.
Correcto. You got some things that you could thang. I mean, y'all still got a lot of cool stuff. You still have your crown of swords out there, which is great. Good old Sin. Bluff Master Sin.
If it's for people I don't like, I have no problem bluffing. But normally the people we have to lie to are the people that I like. And he can't bring himself to lie to those people.
Ooh. Celine gets her new eyes back. The staff still has eyes. It's looking. Who is it looking for? What is it looking for? Is it a spy staff?
I have a feeling I might have gotten those tails, but I have a feeling she might want to try to rip them off of me, considering what happened.
I lost 2 eyes. I feel you should lose 2 tails.
Yeah. It's okay, they can grow back soon.
The difference between sure they can grow back, but it's a sense of shame and pride that they were taken in the first place.
All I can say is suck. At least you tried.
Hey, it's the way it is. Either you can lose the tails or you can lose everything. So I feel it's a fair trade. I'd make that trade.
My tails are my life. Yeah, I'll work for the right for her to give them back to me, and then I'll have them regrown.
Chop, chop, chop.
But I'll wear that shame until I have her trust again, if she requires that of me.
All right, your versions have been updated for you.
Awesome.
Boom.
Oh, buddy.
Simple and clean. All right, all of y'all stuff. Y'all got that stuff there. What was Naomi's stuff? Because I didn't double check that. She's fine.
Hey, can you text me what all I need to level up?
Me
Me and Alex, since we're gonna go to bed.
Oh yeah, I didn't plan to level y'all up right now, but yeah, I can double check what you need for it, and I'll send that to you.
Yeah, okay, we'll level up right
Yeah.
No, I
Okay.
was gonna
Well, I
say
gotta.
no. I'm not finna level y'all up right now. I'm gonna take. I worked all
Alright, alright.
weekend. I'm not. I worked 20 hours this weekend. I'm not finna sit here and level y'all up at 2 in the morning.
now.
Excuses, bro.
Plan to. We just
It's all right. I got y'all. I will send it to you in Discord here momentarily.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Of course, of
You
course.
guys all have a good night.
All right.
Have a good one.
Good night.
Have a good one.
Later.
uh, equal. Did that spells? Let's see here. Oh, up to welcome to level 6, Luna.
Yep, it might only be one spell, but I'm gonna use the ever-living shit out of that spell.
Oh, she already did have level 6. Never mind. It's a good one. First time I saw it in action was a high-level game of all like regional DMs at Gen Con. And they were ridiculous. Love them to death, but they were ridiculously OP characters that they just had built up. They were their GM baby characters that every time you GM a game, you can add that scenario to a character and get all the bonuses and stuff without having to spend anything on the actual scenario. So you just get overly powered over time on getting items and gifts and boons and shit. Like one of them hadn't spent a dime, so he just bought an airship.
God damn.
He's like, look, it's like, bro, we get like a couple of hundred, couple thousand. He's like, I haven't touched this character at all. They're level 12. I have had enough money. I just bought an airship. Was like, you know what? That's valid. That's really valid. All right. Boom. That would be for Alex. All right, for Wanda. Just gonna assume that Wanda's gonna take another level of Eldritch Knight, because that would make sense. Prestigio class.
And you said what else do we get?
You get an ability score point, you'll have skill points to add in, and you have spells to choose.
And he said skill points. Do you know how much I'll be getting or no?
Yeah, but check it. It's somewhere over here. Yours was, you get 4. No skill point having ass.
I'll make them count.
Actually, you only have one thing to add bar levels in, so that's kind of an easy one. You only have bar levels.
Who, me?
No, I was talking about for Wanda's Eldritch Knight. They only have bardic levels, so every time they Eldritch Knight up, they add a bar level. Some of the shit they can do gets kind of wild and ridiculous.
Huh.
history. All right, pulling that out. They get level 2, level 4 spells. Also, what type of bardic shit?
Oh. Okay.
Boom. And then skill points. 4. No skill point having asses.
I think I got the spells I want. Everything. I just need to know if I'm getting an illusionist spell.
You mean for your veiled illusionist stuff?
Yeah, I'm sorry, veiled illusion, not
Let me see. Illusion spell from the sorcerer wizard spell list. Yep, add it to your class spell list at the same level.
Which level is that?
First level.
Because this time I got 2 different levels.
I know I'm double checking. Oh, each one of these veils grants you additional power. Assuming a different veil while still under the effects of your disguise spell like abilities and free action. Oh, so you can switch between the forms freely. Interesting.
Damn, that'd be fucked up.
I'm gonna say you can go up to level 4. I'll say you can always go up to whatever level you can highest cast now.
Alright. But I just had a funny idea. If I was in battle with somebody, like with like any of the students, and I've met their family, I can instantly, as a free action, turn into like their parents and beg for mercy.
You would be the character Neo from Ruby, who often does that and turns into someone you care about while you're fighting, which disorientates you.
I like it.
I can cause psychological trauma. I like it.
You think that's bad? You should see the spells I'm getting. Or one of the
I
spells.
mean, he's gonna have to. You have to tell him so you can level up.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna tell nobody else.
Trust me. I just became a force to be reckoned with on my own.
I'm gonna kill somebody by accident.
No accidents here anymore.
Well, accidentally on purpose. I know what the spell does. I'm just hoping they. It's one of those like I hope you don't fail this.
Ooh, that's actually a good ability for Artemis. Holy shit.
All right. Well, there you go. I'm done.
What is it? Wanda's special eye trick.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, her Sharingan.
Does that work like? How is it? Almost, I guess, like in the anime where they have to make eye contact, where it's like a staring thing.
For them to do combat has to be things they can perceive generally, but that's because she has a low level version of it. As it gets more powerful, who knows what wild things it might be able to do.
Well, because I found a spell that I'm gonna get, but I don't think I need it absolutely right now. It's called Medusa's Bane.
Who you looking at?
And basically, any gaze attack or anything having to do with visual, I become immune to, and is reflected back on the caster.
That would be a great thing to pull off against certain people. For certain people, that could be great. Sir, which element do you want to absorb?
Let's say it says it pertains to whichever ones I have elemental resistances to.
Oh, I was gonna
which
say,
at the moment would be.
This one actually tells me that you could technically take actually multiple ones: fire, acid, cold, electricity, and sonic.
Take electricity. That way, just in case you get caught up in my attacks, you can absorb it instead.
Yeah, I know, but it's like I was because I'm looking at the D20 PF whatever blah blah Unchained Barbarian thing because I'm looking in there for energy absorption. It says once a day you can absorb a single energy attack. Blah blah blah. Of course, that deals damage of the energy type she resists with the energy resistance rage power.
Oh, energy absorption. My bad. I thought you said resistance. I'm looking at the wrong thing.
No. I'm going with absorption because I already have energy resistance on one, which I have. I will be expanding that later. Right now, I just want the one. Tired of getting blowed up.
I mean, that does make sense.
Ruin's getting to the point where he's gonna blow me up. Fine, I'm gonna nerf as much of that damage as I can.
I feel that. Like, you know what? I'm gonna get blown up. So what I'm gonna do? Here's what I'm gonna do. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. And I did 3. Praise. Duh. I was like, where am I missing one? How dare I? And then I'm assuming you're going to get some tools for your new craft skill.
Yes, and I will be looking for a health kit as well, or a healer's kit. I'll be looking for a whole bunch of shit while I'm out and about.
It makes perfect sense. Healer kits are fairly common to be able to pull out, which you normally use the heal skill to use, which you don't have any ranks in.
Nope. So it's going to be one of them, I'm going to fly blind with that flat 0. At least I know I'm trying.
Like, you know what? Look, I'm working with something over here, but somebody who has the healing ability and you pop it out, it's helpful. Like, no, I got the Band-Aids, bro, and the antiseptics. I got you. Look, I don't know how to use it.
This much.
I don't know how to use any of it, but I got it.
Exactly. So unless we got somebody that knows how to use it, it's there.
Yeah, I got people who know how to use it. All right, that was added and uploaded, and boom, you're done. Oh, all right, I will get Luda and Wanda another time. Tyler, you can find all of the spells and stuff that you like.
I only have a quick question.
What's up?
What is a mindscape? Exactly.
What is a mindscape?
So I'm reading it, but I'm not fully understanding it.
Ooh, let me think of the best way to answer this.
My HP is going to be 150. What? 3?
Mindscape. Think of it like almost like Inception to a degree. But a mindscape, think about any anime you ever seen of a psychological character where basically you create your own kind of mini mental dimension. Psychic duels take place there. It's kind of like a small mini plane on the astral plane that comes into being. It doesn't last for long.
You know, like in Bleach, Ichigo goes off somewhere. I guess a close way to describe it is his inner soul.
Very true. Or where Naruto and Kurama talk is the mindscape.
Yes, there you go. That's the other one.
Which is how Sasuke was able to pop in there like, oh, this is where the fuck you've been getting this strength. Fuck that. Biggest
like, I'll
anime,
eat you.
biggest flex in fucking early Naruto history when Sasuke pulled up like, oh, this is where your plot no armor, no jutsu ass be getting all his power from. No wonder I didn't put the bangs on you. I didn't beat you like 3 or 4 times and you just keep healing. Yeah, we're going to shut this down.
So if I use this and if I would create a mindscape, I'm trying to figure out how this works.
How you would create a mindscape and use it?
Because I have there's a spell here that lets me create a mindscape.
Well, there's 2 different types of mindscapes. There's kind of like the binary kind of blankish mindscape, like, oh, it's me and you here and we're fighting it out and dueling. It's kind of almost, think of it like a 1v1 duel Street Fighter ass stage where we're just trying to take each other out and the landscape is more just a place for us to fight. Whereas an immersive one is where you basically bring them into Ravenhowl, where they could just walk around and be there and they're like, the fuck, I feel like I'm here. Like Visions of Hell is a whole immersive mindscape where you basically literally make them believe that they are in hell. It's terrifying. And they feel, look, breathe, smell, think that they're in hell completely when they fail it.
This one doesn't really define which one it does.
What's the spell?
Mindscape door. It says create a portal allowing entry into and exit from a mindscape.
Yeah, that works for either mindscape, either the binary one or the immersive one. So if you're in a mindscape, you can just leave it. So say if somebody tried, like if Renwick was a veiled illusionist and he had tried to trap you into a mindscape and you failed it and fell into the mindscape, that spell would let you just leave. You wouldn't have to fight your way out of anything. You just doorway and I'm out. You could Doctor Strange sling ring your way up out of there real quick.
But I can also create a door that allows me to go into a mindscape, correct?
That is correct. So if someone is in a mindscape, you can jump into that mindscape, or you can create a door to walk into a mindscape if you wanted to create one.
Oh
Now,
shit, my power attack.
Can I pull someone into it with me and leave them there?
Ideally, they wouldn't be stuck there forever.
Well, not forever, but they'd be stuck there for a little bit.
Yeah. Let me say mindscapes generally are limited in general. There are some possibilities. There's self-contained ones. There's finite. There's infinite ones. But putting someone in a mindscape doesn't mean that they can't break out of it.
I'll figure that much.
But it is quite possible. If you can get somebody inside of one, it's a good way you could try to store somebody away for a while. But they are on the astral sea, which technically is just another plane. So depending on the person, if there's something like, let's say with a druid, they could use plane shift, or spellcaster could use plane shift to shift away from there, because they are in another plane of existence. Or, depending on the type of landscape that you compose, if they have a strong enough will, they could mentally break themselves out of it, I believe. But it is kind of broken.
So it takes a physical person into a metaphysical landscape stored in the astral plane?
Yes and no. It can take someone kind of there, but they still have, let me read the way it says, connected. Where's the part? Because it's a lot to read out. It depends on the type that it is, but in theory, they can be any form, possession, anything. Psychic creatures manifest avatars manifesting within the mindscape. So ideally, they can seem real. In a binary mindscape, only 2 participants can occupy it. In a psychic duel. So in a psychic duel, ideally, the people are still standing there, but they're dueling mentally in each other's minds. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dueling it out. But they're still physically sitting there. In an immersive mindscape, their mind is trapped there, but their bodies are still physically there, but they sense everything in the mindscape as if it's real, like virtual reality. They basically go Sword Art Online. Everything feels and seems real, even though their body is still where it is. It's just a mindscape. So the physical body isn't affected by these mindscapes, but the mind is taken away, which can work in the same way. So when someone's actual mind is in a mindscape, their body can take no actions, and it loses its dex bonus to AC, but it isn't considered helpless. Mm-hmm. So you can't try to coup de grace it just because it's not helpless, but you can't fuck it up.
Yeah, well, doesn't. It's literally creating a physical door to walk through.
Mm-hmm. That's the one you're talking about, is the door mindscape, where you could physically walk a body into a mindscape.
So, like, say for instance, if I had that spell back with the demons, I could have taken Sella in there, but like, hey, stay here, I'll be back for you.
Facts.
Here's...
Now she'd be trapped in there, which who knows what that means, but she'd be there.
Well, I mean, I could make it look like Ravenhelm.
You could. You could, with your creativity, it gives you the freedom to basically create the infinite Tsukiyomi.
That's not something you should tell me.
Why would I not tell you when that's what the spell lets you do if you create a mindscape?
But the thing is, I gotta get someone to willingly go in.
Also true.
I can also play pranks with it.
You can.
I mean, I am in a school full of doors.
On the bright side, depending on who you deal with, psychic beings can actually fight in a mindscape, which is wild, and they can actually change their forms and actually hide themselves.
I think that's gonna be something better left for a different day. I'm gonna take a different spell.
Subjective gravity. Actually, you know what? I forgot there's somebody who has this. I need to bring. Well, you guys might not come across them, so never mind.
That's pretty much everything, right? One spell for Veiled Illusionist, the two level 4s, and the 1 level 2 for the Mesmerist, and then the ability and skill points.
I think my favorite part is how it affects magic.
Of what?
In the mindscape, it's a completely different way things go.
Oh, how does that work?
With magic, you can do a lot of different things with it. You can even create dead magic spaces, which is magnificent. You can falsely make a person think that they're using their magic when they're really not, such as if they're healing somebody that's actually dying.
Or make them believe they're casting a healing spell, and in reality they're killing their own teammates.
Also true. You can have wild, altered magic happen. You can have magic happen just like normal. Things can be great.
Let me delete that, because if I'm getting that one of those, I don't need the other.
But you can also have magic just also work like normal. But if you tried to do something like a character tried to drink a health potion to heal themselves, they may think that they drunk the potion, but nothing happens. It's a great way to fuck with the people. Because you never know when the next time might get you. All right. With that being said, the words of the great Jay-Z, you could have been anywhere in the world tonight, but you chose to be here with us, and I appreciate y'all for that. Catch us all this week as we will be streaming and climbing ranked. And beyond that, we'll be back next Sunday as we will be on for Aegis Academy, episode 42. Catch y'all then.